What's up everyone, how are you all? Today we are back with another blazing Naruto story. What if Naruto was rejected by everyone, but became the first mortal to defy fate? If you enjoy, then please like, share and do comments. And also check the description box to Roignol, creator of this beautiful creation. It seemed as if the people were still trying to figure out whether or not to cheer for their new king or demand a sort of redo. Naruto wasn't one to judge, since that sword clearly had a mind of its own, and the girl, Arturia as Merlin called her, certainly was worthy to use that fickle stick of a blade. Judging from Arturia's expression, she seemed hesitant to speak to the people that were supposed to be celebrating this moment for her. Hell, Naruto was 98 and he would feel apprehension if this was his first time. Merlin nudged Naruto slightly as he whispered into his ear, "You were right earlier when you said that only a man could be called king. However, she is merely posing as one to ensure she can lead her people. Now may be a good time to help her shine. Oh, and please do call her Arthur when other people are around." Merlin shoved Naruto out towards Arturia, who along with many others, turned their eyes to see the dead apostle approach the new king. Rubbing his back, Naruto glared at Merlin briefly for putting him on the spot like this. Then again, I usually did enjoy being in the spotlight. But not like this, Naruto thought to himself. Kurama snorted, looking back at all the times Naruto decided to announce himself. What's so different? I'm not the one that needs the attention. Naruto looked to Arturia with a smile on his face, seeing that she needed some moral support right now, as Merlin so put it. Taking a deep breath, he stood before the new king and turned back to the large crowd. "Hail King Arthur! Long live the new king!" Raising a fist in the air, he put on bravado as he cheered for the girl who became king. He turned to see the expression on Arturia's face, whose eye widened with disbelief, most likely after seeing his earlier drawing of the blade begin before he rejected it. The thoughts that swirled in her head made her wonder just why would a being considered to be one for the darkness be on the side of someone like her who would want to purge them in order to make room for the light? Naruto saw that a few people were beginning to get the message that this was happening right here, right now. They had a new king. A king that, while still young, was chosen by a sword enchanted by Merlin. A magus known far and wide to be on the side of order and justice. But Naruto could tell that there were still some, namely the knights and noble, who tried their hand at the blade, held pettiness in their gazes. "Well, what are you all just standing there for?" Naruto raised his hands in the air, waving at them. "Britain has its king now. King Arthur." The ninja pivoted and bent a knee to her while she still held Caliburn raised in the air this entire time. He whispered to Arturia as quietly as possible to ensure that only she heard what he said next. "Go ahead. Tell them what you plan to do as the king." When Arturia first heard of a dead apostle in Britain a few days ago, she had been on edge, unsure if she was possibly being targeted by vampires if they somehow found out that she was Uther Pendragon's heir. As such, she kept her sword handy that her foster father, Sir Ector, had given to her when she would train and spar with her foster brother, Sir Kay, whom she was also a squire under him for defense. With the final day of the jousting competition coming to a close, the sword of selection would be held soon. Since her brother's jousting done and over with, she sat out of sight staring at Caliburn for hours, wondering if she was truly worthy as she had been raised to believe. With the time coming closer and closer, Arturia was about to seek Merlin out for advice, that is until she saw him. The dead apostle. She had taken him for a foreigner at first glance, with those odd whisker-like marks, similar to tribal markings borne by the Gaels. However, soon she had bore witness to the sight of him being able to pull Caliburn partially from the stone, but then reject it entirely, only one with the capacity to be a king to Britain and save it from the chaos that was consuming it could wield the blade. Simply walking up to the sword caused the reaction, and while she herself only received the same thing, she had to touch it in order to get that reaction. Now he hailed her as the one true king and bent a knee while praising her name. And this confused her to no ends. Why be worthy and not take it? What drove this dead apostle to do such a thing? She fought down a blush as he told her what she intended to do with a smile on his face. Mustering up the courage she had been building up, she gave it her all with a loud and clear voice. "I will save our kingdom. I will save our people and our future." One by one the people began to pay attention, and a few even bent the knee just as the dead apostle had. All she needed to do to sway the hearts of these people would be to keep her speech going. "All we have done is live our lives in peace. There is nothing so horrendous that we have done to deserve such tragedy. Foreigners who come to slaughter and take what is ours. A false tyrant of a king, demanding the obedience of all within the lands we inhabit. Uncontrollable plagues that take the lives of those so cruelly. The people were beginning to listen intently. Today, I say no more. Today, I take up this blade to lead us to a brighter future. A better tomorrow. One where no man, woman or child need fear our enemies, nor will they buckle under the thumb of tyrants. I, Arthur Pendragon, intend to create a nation that will endure for centuries in peace and prosperity. To create just laws, guided by just rulers, that is my oath to you all. I only ask that you give your all and follow me. She panted slightly as she put everything she had to sway them to her cause into that address. Arturia was unaware of it, but the image of a mighty dragon in a red aura manifested behind her, causing the people to be left awed by her appearance, all the while others were struck by fear and quietly left the spectacle. Naruto could tell that they too became captivated by Arturia, or Arthur, as they were led to believe she was a man. But there would be those that would not accept her as the king. Most likely they'd try to put slander to her name at best. At worst, assassination attempts would occur and open rebellion. Naruto wouldn't allow that to happen. Swords were drawn from sheaths and plunged into the ground, from age-old baron to lowly hedge knight. Those that bent the knee to their new king hailed her just as he did. Just as loud and thunderous as he was. All hail King Arthur, son of Uther. Long live the rightful king of Britain. Many didn't see, save for Naruto, due to how close he was to her. Arturia shed a small single tear in happiness. The ninja smiled at the lovely sight. Merlin approached from behind as many of the people began to gather their things to set out at their king's command, sending off riders to call their bannermen to arms. Naruto got up to face Merlin while giving a mild glare at the magus for his actions. However, Merlin merely gave a look of ignorance. That certainly was quite the spectacle. Now all you need to do is prove yourself to the people that you can lead in battle. Arturia lowered Caliburn as she gracefully strode forward to Merlin, stepping past Naruto, but where to start is the question. If I make the wrong choice, then the people will doubt my ability to be king. Naruto nodded as he agreed with her. If Arturia made the wrong choice, a choice that wound up getting them killed, or something that would besmirch her name as the king. Arturia glanced back to Naruto as she noticed that he agreed with her, adding to the already strange situation of a dead apostle actively supporting her. Merlin raised a hand that was emanating a blue and gray glow. There is such a fortuitous opportunity for use then to demonstrate your capacity as king. A great number of Saxons have made their encampment on the river Gline, and given how you so eloquently put in your speech, that you would drive them off our lands, one would be foolish to not seek this chance. As Merlin waved his emanating fingers above Arturia's head, dust fell below to the king as it swirled around her, changing her attire into something else entirely. A blue and white dress that stopped around mid-shin with ever so lightly frilled edges that served as the only vestige of girlish vanity. Indeed, the dress was built for function and movement. The blue sections of the dress were outlined by thin gold stripes of weaved silk and ran from her midsection all the way to her high collar. Full-length sleeves with puffed shoulders sat parallel to the small opening in the upper portion of the dress to allow her petite bust to poke through, again for comfort and practicality as opposed to frivolity. Beneath the dress she still wore the same brown boots and pants. As for her armor, a steel plate cuirass with black and dark blue lines decorating its surface was affixed around her front and back with no looping shoulder straps over her shoulders. Instead, the back of the piece stopped between her shoulder blades. The left and right side of her dress were defended by two large folds formed from 3 pieces of curved metal fastened to move with the dress. Attached to the front of the dress was a dark blue loin cloth that severed to cover her legs further. Each leg was clad in plated greaves and sabatons that matched the gauntlets that now covered most of her lower arms. The right gauntlet had fully separated fingers while the left was more of a midden design. Naruto had to say that the armor and dress look went well with her, fitting her form and concealing her gender as a woman, and it looked stunning on Arturia. He was caught in a daze. Until he was forced out of it when he felt the prick of a blade at his throat. Turns out Arturia had turned it onto him while he was distracted by her change in attire. Before I begin preparations for the coming trials, I must ask you, dead apostle. Why are you here? Come to enchant my old teacher as a thrall? She spoke with authority as well as lacing a threat in there through her words. Try anything and I cut your head off. It was not something Naruto particularly wanted to face, for while his level of mystery meant that he was rather difficult to kill, a light-based holy sword such as Caliburn would certainly stain. Arturia narrowed her eyes at Naruto in suspicion. In all honesty, Naruto should have expected this from her since he just came out of the blue and supported her with no real standing. And after his little starting rouse to push her up as the king, one couldn't help but wonder if Naruto had some ulterior motive. Naruto would have tried to say something to her, but she pushed the sword further to his throat. Your next words will determine whether or not you have a head, so I suggest you choose them wisely. Now that's what Naruto found attractive in a woman. For some reason, he liked the ones that were dominant and had a backbone. He supposed that was why he had tried chasing down Sakura all those years since the academy. Wait, did this mean he was a masochist? He hoped not. Either way, Naruto felt it best to use his words carefully as Arturia put things. Looking over to Merlin, he spoke, "You're right, Merlin. She's certainly a dragon, but I'd say she's more like that of a lion, and she shines gold like the one of Nemea." Merlin chuckled at Naruto's words, with both glancing back to Arturia to see that she blushed up a storm of indignation, before she shook her head to force it back. Arturia opened her mouth to say something, that is until Merlin spoke up. While this little bonding moment is quite amusing to see, I'd greatly appreciate it if you lowered your sword from my newest student's neck. Arturia's head snapped to the magus with surprise in her eyes. Why your student? Merlin nodded as Arturia slowly lowered Caliburn from Naruto's neck, no doubt realizing her actions bordered on absolute disrespect to her teacher in the usage of her dragon core. Prior to her birth, Merlin had given her mother the blood of the red dragon, thus granting her the potential to use magecraft. However, she lacked the aptitude to utilize it in the way her teacher did. As such, she chose to adopt the abilities and skills that would allow her to counter magecraft, along with being able to use her dragon core as a support system in combat, to either repel enemies, resist magecraft, or increase her own battle prowess in speed, strength or reflexes. And it worked beyond what she previously thought. The supreme phantasmal species was indeed fearsome. Now that her training under the magus was completed, she believed that he would help her in providing counsel, but this was unexpected. Most likely Merlin would be preoccupied with teaching the dead apostle since he took his tutelage rather seriously, yet he had his humor. How she hated being strung up by the leg with a tree vine and forced to tap into her dragon core to let her go. She felt like a bottomless pit after getting out of that thing. Indeed, Merlin raised a finger in exclamation. Young Naruto here has sought me out for my knowledge in the magecraft arts, and I fully intend to take him as my student. The mage placed a hand on Arturia's shoulder to explain further, seeing how she was confused by his words. You needn't worry your pretty little head off. Merlin's words caused her to become irritated, to which Naruto found rather cute. I still intend to help you along your journey. Not just that, but I believe that you won't be able to rid yourself of the young vampire here who is no doubt committed to your cause. Naruto could only smile as he bowed to the new king, though he did feel annoyance that Merlin called Naruto young despite the fact he was nearly 50 years his senior. I am at your service. Lifting his head, he could only lace his voice with cheekiness that only made him look more endearing. My king. Arturia was floored by this boy who didn't look any older than she did, just commit himself to her service. That, coupled with the fact that he was to be Merlin's new student, would mean that she would be seeing him quite often. Arturia breathed in deeply as she began to speak. My apologies, Naruto. I overreacted and assumed you were here trying to enchant my former teacher. Arturia closed her eyes as she bowed to apologize for her actions. Clearing her throat, Arturia gazed into Naruto's eyes as she tried to figure him out, especially since Caliburn had recognized him as one worthy to lead Britain but rejected the responsibility, and for the life of her, she couldn't understand him, and this captured her attention. But given that he did say that he was now in her service, Naruto. She spoke with the authority and air of a king ready to begin command as the ninja stood at attention. Yes, my king. He almost let that one slip up. Didn't want to get on her bad side already. Arturia stuck Caliburn down into the ground as she continued. You stated that you are in my service, correct? She received a nod of confirmation. Then as such, you are under both my protection and my command whenever you are not in session with Merlin. I will not ask you to perform actions that I will not do myself. Nor will I ask you to sully your hands and stain your coat or my own, as this would reflect very poorly on me as king." Arturia turned to face the homestead as she motioned for them to follow her back to their tent. "Given what we're about to face, it would be best to introduce yourself to those we will be fighting alongside in order to help build trust." Arturia led them back through the encampments. Many people were breaking down their tents and packing up their horses to set out with their new king, while others seemed to linger with their gazes cast at Arturia and Naruto that either were filled with mild disdain or disbelief. Naruto chalked it up to the nobles that absolutely refused to acknowledge her as their leader. Though he did see the familiar signs of troops beginning to sortie and organize beneath bannermen, more of which arrived by the hour. Some brought only a group of 15 while others more substantial knights, archers and cavalry. Hopefully this upcoming battle would change some minds and rally more to Arturia's banner. There were still some people that kept their distance now that they got a better look at his eyes, though when they gazed at Naruto, it was more akin to paranoia than awe. Naruto tried to appear as if he was no different from anyone by waving at some of the people, although that only garnered a few absent-minded waves or adults ushering in some children away into the houses or tents. I knew it wasn't gonna be easy to win people over, Naruto thought to himself. Vampires had that kind of reputation no matter where they went. And has anything ever stopped you from trying? Kurama piped up. I mean, you've had the girl's blade pointed at your throat and then by throwing her a compliment, you got under her skin and make her blush in embarrassment. She's already warming up to you. No comment there. Gotcha. The fox was right though. Naruto did win people over in the end of things. If he could make a bloodthirsty rogue ninja bawl his eyes out over the death of his student, adopted son, force a psychopathic 12-year-old to find a new purpose in life, even capture hearts and trust of an entire village that reviled him for so long, well then he was confident that he could make people see past his status as a vampire. Arturia led them to a large house where a pair of weathered banners with the emblem of a golden dragon adorning the sides of the door. Naruto saw that the banners looked as if they had just been unfolded and placed there within the hour, the symbol of the House of Pendragon. Naruto turned to see Merlin speak on what he gazed at. Now that Arthur here has drawn the sword of selection, it was time that the symbol of the Pendragons rose up again after Uther's death. Naruto understood that symbols were synonymous with clans, as it represented what they stood for, or what they embodied, so, a dragon for the Pendragon clan. Right, makes sense then, plus that aura she gave off. The way that Red Dragon manifested behind her as she gripped the sword was as if she was a host to a beast like himself. Merlin cocked his head to the side. So then, you saw it as well. I will explain it to you in time. Arturia turned to glance at the two magecraft wielders behind. Merlin, would you really be so willing to share such things so quickly? Arturia knew that Merlin had performed a special type of magecraft to imbue her with the blood of the Red Dragon, and it was the source of her own mana, becoming a dragon core. A sort of pseudo-dragon heart that gave her the attributes of the creature. This was something that Merlin told her that she should keep a secret. If anyone else discovered this, then they would no doubt try to extract it from her. The magus waved his hand in protest. Have no fear. I have a feeling that our new friend will keep his mouth sewn shut on that little matter. Merlin gave Naruto a knowing look that this was something that must be kept quiet at all costs. Naruto gave a little salute to Arturia. My lips are sealed. Arturia nodded in appreciation. Thank you. Arturia opened the door to the house and gestured for Naruto and Merlin to follow her inside. We're here. As they stepped inside, Naruto took note of the large table in the center of the room with a map of the island. Making his way to the table, he saw that was divided into the provinces that lords and nobles controlled, along with the various settlements that were under the protection. Small daggers were stabbed into certain places with pieces of paper tied to the hilts signifying which foreigner group were in the areas. However, there was a much larger dagger stabbed up further to the north of where most of the others were situated at. The paper tied to this dagger had Vortigern written on it. This was a war table. Arturia stood next to him as she gazed down to the map. Once when the Roman Empire spanned most of the island, it provided stability and protection to our people. My father was the previous true king, and he held a strong bond with the emperor in Rome. However, when the empire collapsed, all of the protection, trade and commerce that it provided was swept away. Tracing her fingers on the table to the large dagger, Arturia tapped it a few times. Not long after Vortigern, Someone that my father once trusted, betrayed him and decided to stage a coup to take the throne. The nobles and lords refused, seeing that with Uther gone, they themselves could try and take the throne, while others stayed loyal to him and held onto their territory to try and keep the peace. Naruto saw that she was clenching her fist in anger. No doubt from the betrayals and dishonorable actions that she spoke of previously, now the Saxons, Gales, barbarians and other foreign invaders sweep across the lands, bringing the plague, stealing, killing, raping, and all manner of disgusting things that I will not speak of. Her voice was becoming steeled and filled with a slight tinge of venom, and Vortigern does nothing but sit on his false throne and allow them to come and go as they please to raid our lands. I will no longer sit by as my country and people are destroyed from within. Naruto could see her determination to help her people, restore order, provide safety, everything that he would have set out to do when he became Hokage. He may not be able to lead like he could have in this new world, but that didn't mean he could help Arturia lead. Placing a hand on Arturia's shoulder, he tried to give some support to the girl that now had to take up the burden of being the king. Hey, you're not alone in this. I'm sticking with you through and through. Arturia turned to gaze into Naruto's red eyes with her own green, seeing that he was being truthful to his word. She glanced to his hand touching her shoulder as she felt that his own wasn't cold like she believed vampires to be, rather it was warm and comforting. Something unexpected from such an odd person. Merlin simply stood back and watched the little growing affection with amusement, however. Ahem. Both of the young teens twisted their heads to the magus. As much as I'm enjoying this little bonding moment, and it'd be nice to see more of it, we do have work to do. Arturia was the first to look at their current hand positions, as she blushed slightly before pulling her shoulder away, leaving Naruto a little downtrodden by this. While he supposed that this would no doubt to people questioning things between the two of them and discover her secret. Yes, of course Merlin. Arturia spoke briefly before she headed down a hallway. I'll need to gather my things. Naruto turned back to Merlin as he held onto the feeling of Arturia's soft, yet firm form as it held the delicacy of a woman's touch, but the tautness of a warrior who's endured training to become a master of the sword. That was a nice touch. He murmured to himself, although Merlin clearly caught it as he grinned like the cat that ate the canary. Well, it looks like the rest of our entourage hasn't arrived back yet, so let's get down to business while we still have time, shall we? Merlin waved his fingers as a chair slid over from off the side to allow him to sit down to contemplate on the questions to ask Naruto, as well as formulate a plan on where to begin his training. So then, what all do you know exactly about the art of magecraft? Naruto leaned up against the table slightly as he crossed his arms. I know bits and pieces, but nothing really solid. Staring up to the ceiling, he wondered if maybe he should have asked that old vampire a bit more on the inner workings of magic. But then again, he shuddered at any explanation the troll would have given. I know that magecraft's a study that can be learned with several schools, but one has to have magical circuits to use it properly, otherwise you get Zippo. Making a gesture with his right arm to signify that nothing would come up if one tried to learn magic without the prerequisite. I also know that there's two types of magical energy. Prana or odd, which comes from a person's own internal life force. And then there's mana, which is the magical energy that's in the environment around you, though really, it's in nature. Once you run out of it, you can refill it with rest and recuperation. Naruto took a deep breath after that little explanation before he continued. I also know that there's something called the true magic, but I'm a little hazy on the details. Merlin hummed in thought as Naruto seemed to understand the basics of magecraft. You have the basic understanding of it down, though I guess it's better than nothing. The magus got up from the chair as he walked towards a large open room off to the right of where they were at, waving for Naruto to follow him. Naruto saw that the room had a bed with a table filled with many items that one would associate with a magus. A scrying orb, texts written in languages that one wouldn't be able to understand unless they learned it from a magus, gems that shined even when they weren't in the sunlight, jars filled with powder, flowers, animal parts, even an Azoth dagger if he recognized it from Zelrich's description of those things. Which was immensely odd given that Zelrich had also mentioned that the Azoth dagger would not be invented in this reality of another 1,000 years or so. Just how skilled a mage was Merlin? Merlin took one of the jars from the table as he stuck his hand into it, while he took a handful of powder. Throwing the powder into the room, he drew a circle in midair with the powder responding to his gesture. The powder settled down to the ground as it made a perfect circle that encompassed much of the room. Go ahead and take off your shirt as you step into the circle. Now, this circle will allow me to see what it is that you have within you as a way to better ascertain what I can teach you. However, it all hinges on what I find within you. I may be able to teach you much, or not much at all. Tapping his staff on the floor, the circle emanated a silver light that washed over Naruto. Some of the powder began to take form in the form of various esoteric symbols in front of Merlin. Placing a hand under his chin, Merlin narrowed his eyes at the words that appeared in front of my. This is a pleasant surprise. Naruto cocked a brow in curiosity. So, what's the news, sensei? Merlin's expression of curiosity turned to glee with his eyes widening with excitement. Amazing, now I see it. Dispelling the powder in front of him, Merlin rolled up a sleeve to showcase his magic circuits to Naruto. The green pathways lighting up beneath the skin. These are what magic circuits appear within those like myself that can use magecraft. You on the other hand? Rolling down his sleeve, Merlin snapped his fingers as the powder began to cling to Naruto and highlight his chakra network. You already have a pre-existing energy circulatory system that draws from a massive core that holds an ocean of power. It's as if you have magic circuits that grew out from it to spread through your body. No, I take that back. Dispelling the powder on Naruto's arm, I shouldn't even call them magic circuits, strictly speaking of course. This is a regression to the age of gods, with unquantifiable power. If anything, you should be able to make use of the mysteries from that era. Naruto wasn't completely surprised by what Merlin said, having his chakra system as opposed to magic circuits, but for him to deal the news that he could learn something that apparently belonged to gods. That was interesting. Well, my chakra network is something that's been a part of me since I was born. Actually, everyone back home has it in their body. I just trained really hard to get as strong as I was before I got turned. Tell me more? Merlin urged Naruto to continue. How did it originate within your people? Naruto decided to put his shirt back on while he explained, as Merlin sat on the bed like a kid eager to hear a bedtime story. It's a holdover from my ancestor from about 10,000 years ago, when she was the one that brought it with her from wherever she came from. She kinda was pretty much a god in her own right because of this. Thinking it over, now Naruto understood back when Brunstad said he had some divinity in him that day. Merlin mulled it over in his head as he himself seemed to understand Naruto's own unique status as a vampire. From what you've told me, it sounds like you're more akin to that of a true ancestor than a dead apostle, physically speaking that is. And your connection to nature that's very apparent to my eyes is part of that. Not just only, but the vampiric impulses that any would feel that comes with the price of becoming one. You won't even feel them given your origin. Now it made sense as to why he never felt the urge to feed off of someone else's blood. The vampiric instincts that would drive one of them to turn people or even kill them, never even touched his mind. Phew. Naruto let out a big sigh. That's a relief. To be honest, I was pretty worried that one day I was gonna crack or something and bite someone. If such a thing would occur, then I would stop you as I jammed you to the ground with Caliburn while Merlin took the time to dispose of those impulses. Naruto jumped at the sudden emergence of Arturia's voice behind him. Goo. He turned around to see that she now had Caliburn sheathed in an ornate scabbard. What was that for, huh? You could have given me a heart attack. Arturia closed her eyes while she spoke. I almost did? My apologies then. If one didn't know any better, one could see that teensy, tiny little smirk at the edge of her lips. Like a little girl that got away with a lie unlike any other. Merlin held back a chuckle at the display that his former pupil was poking fun at his newest pupil. The ninja caught on to the little jab, but Arturia spoke before he could. Naruto. There was something I wanted to ask you, before the others arrive. Catching onto her tone, Naruto straightened up a bit as he composed himself. Yes? What did you want to know? Why did you reject Caliburn? He heard the underlying question. Why did you reject the position of King of Britain? Merlin dropped the humor as he gazed at the two teenagers before him, curious about Naruto's answer, just as much as Arturia was. Naruto took a deep breath as he started. You were the one that I heard from the bushes, weren't you? Arturia nodded. Yes, I had been contemplating if my role to become the king was truly meant for me, or someone else. She closed her eyes as she imagined herself or someone else, perhaps from what Naruto could tell, pulling that sword. It was then when I saw you approach Caliburn as it shined brightly in response to your mere presence, just as it did before me, only, you merely approached it, but I had to take the hilt for it to respond to me. Naruto saw that Arturia was gripping the sword tightly but not out of the desire to unsheath it, but instead he felt that it was out of inferiority? Why would she feel that? Was it because the sword possibly deemed him more worthy than she? Or was she unsure about her position? Naruto closed his eyes as he breathed in deeply before he explained. I rejected it because, well, why the hell would they accept me as their king? I'm a vampire. That doesn't look good to a lot of people, since most would prefer to shove me full of black keys and seal me in a coffin. Plus, your people don't even know me. I've got no real standing here, even if I took the sword. That was part of the reason, mainly the political aspect of it. But when I started drawing the sword, it spoke to me. It told me that I had to become inhuman to lead these people. Now Naruto was getting into the personal aspect. I may be a monster to some, but I'm not throwing my humanity away. Something like that? That's too important to me. Naruto opened his eyes as he bore into Arturia's own as they widened since he had closed his own to think hard on why he didn't want the sword. The sword wanted me to be something that I couldn't be. I didn't want that fate. Naruto placed his hands on Arturia's shoulders firmly to show her that he cared. You're the one that's meant to be the king. But I won't let you follow the path that sword wants you to. I told you that I'll follow you through and through to make sure that you don't lose your humanity. And I damn well meant it, Arturia. Your oath, the promise you made to the people. I had something similar that I wanted to do for my own people, but that's come and gone now. Now I'm going to help you build your dream. And honestly, it's a beautiful dream. Merlin smiled as he closed his eyes, seeing that his new apprentice was someone that cared for those who he had barely known. Foolish, of that he had no doubt, but admirable. As Naruto continued to gaze into Arturia's eyes, he saw that this girl felt so relieved by what he told her as tears began to build up slowly. She dipped her down, allowing her bangs to cover her eyes, while her hands shook lightly, not from the feeling of inferiority like before, as it appeared that she was struggling to keep herself from bowing in reverence. Arturia's lips quivered slightly as they arched upwards into a smile that would become rare in the future, but he saw a pair of tears drop down to the floor coupled with her voice that was so small, yet so grateful. Thank you. Naruto would have gone straight to a hug. Judging from the way Arturia was, she wouldn't have objected to it. However, a few voices were approaching the front door, forcing Arturia to distance herself as she wiped away the tears and compose herself. They've arrived. That and the last time he had read mixed signals from a girl had not been pleasant. Stupid Phi maiden in Gaul. As the door opened, Naruto took note of 4 distinct voices, as they stepped into the house. I still can't believe that they won't accept Arthur as the king. Believe it, those old men would have preferred placing their own insufferable brats on the throne instead. But don't they see? Arthur is our king, the one our people have been waiting for so long. Don't worry lads, we don't need those fools. The real supporters are still out defending their lands from our enemies. We'll set out once we've gathered up everything we can, and whoever comes with us. Naruto saw that 3 young men all decked out in their armor follow an older man inside the house, taking in their appearances. Go get your things ready boys, we'll be in for a long trip if anything. The older man said. The younger men nodded, that is before they turned their attention to Naruto. What are you boys looking at? The older man turned to see Naruto just as he did. All 4 of them were cautious and seemed off-put by Naruto's appearance. However, Arturia stepped forward to begin introductions. Sir Hector, this is Naruto Uzumaki. Merlin's new apprentice and my new retainer. She placed a hand on his shoulder to emphasize that these were the facts. He will be traveling with us in our campaign and beyond. Please be kind to him. The older man, whom Naruto assumed was Hector, seemed taken aback by Arturia's words, as was another. Though one seemed a little happy, while another was intrigued but was just as happy as the other. Arturia turned to Naruto as she continued, Naruto. Stepping forward, she gestured to Hector to begin the introductions. This is Sir Hector, the owner of these lands and a knight loyal to my father, Uther. He took me in when I was born, raising and training me for this day and duty. I owe him greatly for doing so. Perhaps in his late 40s, Sir Hector had brown hair with the odd fleck of gray here and there kept in a tight ponytail. His armor was slightly more decorative than the others, with the crest of a golden dragon emblazoned on each shoulder plate, the sigil of the former King Uther Pendragon. He was maybe as tall as Naruto himself, but the armor gave him a larger look, greaves and sabatons looking a little worn from a lifetime of fighting. Hector merely shook his head as he chuckled. "Arthur, you don't have to say such a thing. All I did was follow my king's final command." Arturia merely smiled. "Yes you did. But you enjoyed being a father again. Of that I'm sure." She gestured to the person next to him. A young man of average height with dirty blonde hair that bordered on brown, a kind face and blue eyes. However, his right eye was slightly foggy by some kind of scar that ran from his hairline to his chin. Despite this, his face remained kind with a small smile that spoke of warm summers and cool winters. He wore a set of plated armor that was focused mainly on the upper body with the lower armor obscured by a burgundy waist cape. "This is Sir Kay, my older brother. I was his squire before and sparred with him in my training sessions." Kay smirked. "It's true, though Arthur here is such a sore loser." Arturia's eye twitched at his words, with Naruto smirking at the obvious sibling relationship they had with Kay being the elder, and Arturia being the younger. "But hey, I'm just glad we have another man around to keep things entertaining." Arturia shook her head at Kay's antics to try and get a rise out of her. "I will not speak of things." Arturia gestured to the young man next to Kay. "This is Gawain, my nephew." Tall, handsome and a very heavily set chest, Gawain's body spoke of a man whom had trained with the sword since just after learning how to walk. His shaggy blonde hair and aqua-colored eyes were the image of knightly beauty, but the air was slightly ruined by the way he held himself, like his skill would always win out. While he lacked a plate, his arms and lower body were decked out in flower-marked silver plate, while his chest bore a black tunic and was draped by a teal cape lined with gray fur at the collar, perhaps taken from some wolf he had slain. Gawain bowed his head slightly to Naruto. "A pleasure. Though I'm curious, why is it that Merlin has taken you as a student?" Naruto could sense that he voiced the obvious suspicion and wasn't quite sure if he could say, "Yeah, the mage saw it in a vision one day I'd be in the court." Though he guessed Merlin was about to say something given he stepped forward to respond as he placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "I had foreseen that young Naruto would seek me out to learn from me. And I fully intend to do so, as he has pledged himself to our king's cause." Merlin raised a brow. "Do you really doubt my word, or the king's?" Gawain seemed to back down from Merlin's words as he bowed in apology. "I'm sorry, please forgive me." He looked to Naruto and continued, "It's just, a vampire helping a king seems pretty suspicious." Naruto finished for him. "I'd act the same way honestly." He gave a smile seeing that Gawain was very loyal to his aunt, and he admired that. Arturia then gestured to the last young man next to Gawain, "And this is Bedivere, one of my closest friends." Bedivere had pale blonde hair and green eyes. At a glance one could be mistaken for thinking that Bedivere was a male version of Arturia, with even his hair in a similar bun, save for the twin ponytails that hung from it. A simple plate and forest green breeches were covered by a white cape black collar. Bedivere smiled as he closed his eyes to bow to Naruto. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Naruto. I hope we can become comrades along the way alongside our king." Naruto had a good feeling about this one. Seeing that since Arturia introduced them, he felt it best to do the same with himself, so, not quite sure if Arturia had mentioned to them, or at least Bedivere, that she was a girl and not a guy. "I'm Naruto, but you guys already knew that. Let's see, I like ramen, which I really need to make some for you guys to enjoy the food of the gods." Everyone just raised a brow in curiosity at the first and last bits, food of the gods. Naruto continued on with his intro despite this little veer off course. "I hate jerks and most bad people in general, which is pretty much everyone we're going after today. I do enjoy gardening and reading from time to time. I'm a little outgoing, I like to be active and exercise whenever I can. I like to travel a lot, and I like to think myself as being open-minded to what I can learn and experience." Naruto closed his eyes as he rubbed the back of his head while flashing his megawatt smile, as he rubbed the back of his head. "Well, that sucked. You're nearly 100 years old and you can't do better than your genin introduction speech?" Kurama commented on the lousy intro. "Screw you." Naruto mentally chided the fox. Any negative sense that they newcomers had of Naruto seemed to sweep away, though he doubted that was what would take to fully disperse any concerns of him being near Arturia. Merlin patted Naruto on the shoulder. "Well said, my apprentice." Now, he glanced to Arturia as he continued speaking. I believe that the king has a plan on where we will begin taking back Britain from our enemies." Arturia straightened up as she turned to the war table to direct their attention to their first course of action. Merlin and Naruto approached the table as the others gathered around it. As Naruto was next to Arturia, "There is a Saxon encampment set up by the river Gline, and it will be the perfect first attack in our war against the invaders and Vortigern." Hector placed a hand under his chin as he contemplated Arturia's first course of action. The region wasn't too far from here, but it wouldn't be easy to cross through the mountainous region to reach the site, as the Saxons had small parties scattered to prey upon traveler and trade caravans. "We only have a few hundred men at our call for the time being. But we'll need to leave some here to defend the land from our enemies. It will take us at least 2 days to make the way if the weather is kind to us." Hector crossed his arms as he turned to face Arturia. "As for the nobles here currently, well, some of them don't like the fact that you're the rightful king, so they've decided to hold back their support in favor of you trying to prove yourself." Arturia nodded as she agreed with her father figure and mentor. She was disappointed by the latter bit of news with those unaccepting of her kingship, but she neither blamed them nor cared for them if they were only here in their own self-interests. "Have a contingent remain behind as we take the rest of those who follow us, anyone. Men under your command, those nobles who are supportive of us, experienced volunteers, even the recruits that have joined for the tournament in the last few days. We can train along the way when we take stops to rest and make camp." Naruto saw that she was determined to make use of whatever she could get a hold of for their campaign. However, one problem was what Hector brought up: Saxon raid parties. He could have his shadow clones scout ahead to provide intel on enemy numbers and positions, etc. Raising a hand like he was back in the classroom, Naruto cleared his throat to get attention. "I think I can help out with giving us a good way ahead so we can keep our numbers high when we reach the main battle site." Arturia directed her attention to the ninja. "How so?" "I assumed you would be riding alongside myself and the rest of us in the front." She may not admit it, but she cared for Naruto a great deal already. Naruto saw the skepticism on their faces while Merlin placed a hand under his chin to see what his apprentice was about to say, or do in this matter. Forming the T sign of his signature jutsu, 3 puffs of smoke suddenly appeared behind Naruto as everyone directed their attention to what Naruto did. All the while Merlin looked giddy with what occurred. Arturia had to admit, it took quite a bit to surprise her. Even Merlin's magical antics had to take a while before she was truly astonished by something he did. But this was something she never thought possible. In front of her stood 3 identical Narutos that looked just like the original himself. All 3 of them gave a bow to her. "We're at your command." Their voices echoing one another as they not just looked like Naruto but sounded like him as well. Arturia blinked as she struggled to keep her jaw from dropping. Amazing. Hector, Kay, Gawain and Bedivere all had the same looks of amazement adorning their features. All the while Merlin waved his hands like a giddy kid during the holidays. "Oh, teaching you will be so much fun." Bedivere was the first to get a hold of himself before turning to Naruto. "Was that some form of magecraft? What else can it do?" "It's kinda like magecraft, but not quite. They're shadow clones, solid copies of me that can scout ahead for us. When they disperse, all the knowledge they have comes back to me, so I'll know what they know." Naruto explained, before Kakashi-sensei told him what they were really meant for in developing his Rasen Shuriken. And after spending the last 80 years getting used to only 3 clones, he used them primarily for just scouting. It wasn't like he could use them in full combat like before. Kay stepped forward and decided to poke one of them to see if they were actually there. "Huh. They're real flesh and blood copies, not illusions." He turned to Naruto as he smiled in glee. "So now we've got ourselves a one-man army." Naruto grimaced slightly. Not anymore." Now the others seemed confused. "I used to be able to make just under 1,000, but, ever since I was bitten and turned." A lie that he told to conceal the fact that he was not of this world, although he caught that Merlin didn't say anything. "I've only been able to make up to 3 clones. Sorry, I can't do more than that." 3, giving an apologetic smile to everyone. Hector and Gawain both had to admit that this would no doubt lead to saving the lives of their men in future battles. They couldn't deny that they were still suspicious of the boy, but he was demonstrating his ability already to aid them in their cause. Arturia turned to Naruto with a question. "How soon can you have them scout ahead for us? We'll still need time to gather everything and everyone up. Right now, in fact." Naruto turned to the shadow clones and nodded to them as they saluted. knowing what to do. You got it, boss. They disappeared as a rush of wind came through the front door, startling the others with as the door having swung open so suddenly and closed just as quickly. Naruto chuckled slightly. Yeah, I should have warned you guys, they fly off the handle pretty quickly. And with that, they began to plan their next course of action as over the next few hours they gathered everything they could take with them and set out on the road to restoring peace and order to Britain. It was near the end of fall as the time to travel along the road to war was not bad, but still the conditions were favorable for them, as opposed the scorching heat of summer or snowfall and cold winds of winter. Right now, Naruto was walking alongside Arturia who rode upon her horse, Yamare. She had asked him before they got on the road if he would be alright walking while she and most of the others would be riding horseback. Naruto declined, stating that he would be alright, that he was suited to walking long distances on his feet having done so many times in his youth. When he and Jiraiya had gone on their 3-year training trip, he crossed over into other countries with the old perv telling him about all of the exotic beauties beyond the land of fire. So many brothels? Yamare seemed to take a liking to Naruto immediately for some reason, which baffled Kei, who mumbled to himself about not being fair, only for Gawain to laugh at him all the while Hector told him to man up and deal with the horse. Turns out Yamare had a reputation of messing with Kei, and sometimes on Arturia's supposed request he'd take his stuff and dump it in a manure pile. What joy! Kei rode up behind Naruto under Hector's decision, though it was really more or less on their parts of being a protective father and an older brother looking out for his sister. Merlin rode behind Gawain and Bedivere, whom were next to one another, while the rest of the knights were behind that were under Hector, and thereby Arturia's command were in their horses and in carriages carrying their supplies. Naruto was pretty adamant about getting certain flowers and herbs back at the homestead, claiming that he could make some actual food for them, to which Arturia budged on but not really understanding as to why. She wondered just what he ate before being bitten, so she decided to indulge him on such a thing. Merlin had explained to Arturia further about the magical armor that he had gifted her, that it was something that would never be pierced by any weapons that their enemies held, nor would it weather or become dented. It was something that she could disperse and redo with the usage of her mana core, and even if a weapon of magic could destroy it, she could recreate it in an instant if she willed it. She had been contemplating on situations when she would have to discard the armor but couldn't think of anything right offhand. Arturia wondered if perhaps Naruto had some input to her slight dilemma. Turning her head off down to her right side, she saw that Naruto's eyes were closed as he was walking alongside her. Naruto, are you alright? The ninja opened his eyes as he turned to glance at Arturia while making sure he wouldn't run into anything. I'm alright, no need to worry about me. He turned his gaze back to the road as he continued. One of my shadow clones came across a small raid camp, so I had him go ahead and take it out for us while the Saxons slept to save time while he takes the supplies they had for us to use. Naruto looked back up to see that Arturia nodded, however he felt that was some bit of reluctance to what he did. Was there something wrong, my king? Arturia shook her head. No, there was nothing wrong with what you did. I agree that we will need supplies to keep our growing army healthy and strong, and the fewer enemies the better for us, however. She seemed to grip the reins of Yamare a little tightly. It's not very chivalrous to attack a sleeping opponent. Naruto cocked a brow in confusion. What's chivalrous mean? I mean, if we can take out an enemy with whatever advantage comes our way, shouldn't we use it to our benefit? That was one of the many things that had been instilled within him as a shinobi. To take advantage of anything and everything on the battlefield, or even create one to suit your situation. Adapt on the fly or die. Arturia whipped her head to look at Naruto in shock. You don't know the chivalric code? Naruto shook his head, only for her to breath in a bit to get ready for a little lecture. The chivalric code is something that all knights abide by in order to uphold honor and integrity in battle. Even the taking of a life must have meaning in combat. Without it, every battle fought would only bring forth the fires of hell and give rise to new conflict brought forth by hate. Arturia straightened her back as she continued. To love God and maintain his church. To serve the liege lord in valor and faith. To protect the weak and defenseless. To give succor to widows and orphans. To refrain from wanton giving of offense. To live by honor and glory. To despise pecuniary reward. To fight for the welfare of all. To obey those in authority. To guard the honor of fellow knights. To eschew unfairness, meanness and deceit. To keep faith. At all times to speak the truth. To persevere to the end in any enterprise begun. To respect the honor of women. Never refuse a challenge from an equal. Never to turn the back upon a foe. Arturia breathed in deeply as she took a moment to catch her breath. These are the values that knights hold and describe what the chivalric code entails. I intend to fully fight by the code, and win the coming battles without compromising it, with my honor and the honor of all those who follow me intact. This was something that Naruto admired about Arturia. She wasn't willing to stray away from what she believed to be the right path and wouldn't put anyone in the position where they would have to violate the code of the knight. She'd get along with Mifune quite well, in fact, judging from how her code and the samurai's way of Bushido sounded so similar. You know, that sounds a lot like Bushido, from the way you described things. Arturia was curious now on something similar to the way she lived by the way of chivalry. What is Bushido? And how is the chivalric code similar to it? Naruto was recalling what he learned about the samurai from the Land of Iron, and how they lived by the sword. Well, from what little I remember about the samurai from the Land of Iron, they lived by the sword, kinda like knights do. Rubbing his fingers together, he was trying to recall what he learned from his short time in their country. Snapping his fingers, he remembered as he continued on, yeah, their code went kinda like this. The samurai needs to prove that he is just and honorable. The samurai should look at death with disgust. The samurai needs to have full self-control. The samurai needs to be merciful to his comrades. The samurai needs to be polite in every situation. The samurai needs to be honest and respectful. The samurai needs to be loyal to his lord. The samurai will always defend his honor. Naruto didn't have much time to learn more and his was disappointed by that. He looked up to see Arturia was enraptured by his little info dump on her. I see, so the samurai of your lands live very similarly to us knights. Turning back to the road, as it hid her face from everyone's view, a small smile graced her features. I hope you can tell me more of your homeland when we have the time to talk. Now Naruto wasn't too sure if he could tell her too much, but given how interested she was, he felt that he could indulge Arturia without saying he was from another world. Not a problem, my king. Hector had his own misgivings about Naruto, but slowly he was warming up to the lad. Night fell and Arturia gave the order for them to set up camp to eat and sleep, while having some of the senior knights and volunteers train the recruits that came with them with lit lanterns and poles to light up the place. This gave Naruto the chance to begin his first lesson with Merlin as he stepped into the magus tent, seeing him already going through a book of sorts, unsure of what subject it was. Ah. You're here, good. While tonight we may not be able to do too much, I can get a better understanding of what you can use. Merlin gestured for Naruto to step forward as his right palm emanated a lime-green glow that began to wash over Naruto as Merlin spoke. Since you have some of the basics down, I'm going to see what your origin and element is to gain a better understanding. However, I'd like you to explain just how you managed that duplication ability on your own without an existing thaumaturgical foundation. Naruto nodded as Merlin continued his scan. It's a ninjutsu that I used with my chakra. Chakra's a combination me using my physical and spiritual energy together, and the hand signs help direct the jutsu into whatever it is that I want. Merlin hummed as he filed the info away for later as his palm no longer glowed the lime green. From what I see, your origin is life, being the immaterial, and your element is non-existence, the material. 4. In short, you can learn everything there is from me, just like I thought. He placed his hands together in a form of mock hand sign that Naruto had made as he continued. Given that prana and art are both formed of life force, it may be easier to think of your jutsu as a form of magecraft, where the hand signs, bringing his hands up as the example, are used to knead the prana instead of chakra. The two heard that things were settling down outside the tent. Merlin ushered for Naruto to head back and get some sleep, otherwise Arturia would scold them both on how their lack of sleep caused them to slog behind. As everyone settled in for the night, Naruto headed back to his tent, which was pitched up next to Arturia's own with the light inside of it already out, signifying that she was fast asleep. Naruto was drifting into sleep, but suddenly he felt something foul just outside the camp. But it wasn't being directed towards him, but at Arturia's tent. Grabbing a kunai, Naruto rushed out through the camp as quietly as he could to ensure that no one would be disturbed by what would no doubt be a dangerous confrontation between him and this potential enemy. Rushing through the forest, he found himself within an open field, with what looked like a woman. If ever there was a personification of the term, tainted perfection, then this woman was it. Her body was short and pale, the shade of melted candle wax. Her bust was not substantial but was easily a high B cup that was wrapped in a black dress of irregular design with blue highlights running along its length. Long platinum blonde hair of inhuman perfection hung from the apex of her head to the zenith of the thighs in a waterfall of silvery tresses. There was a cutout in her dress that revealed her navel and phi symbols sketched into her skin like a set of tattoos meeting up with one large one at her sternum, all in blood red. An obsidian crown was perched atop her head connected to a translucent black veil. The light of the full moon caught in just so letting Naruto see the woman's face in detail. Enough to see that she was almost a doppelganger for Arturia, almost. Where Arturia's face was rounded and benign, this woman's was sharp and cruel, her lips caught midway between a sneer and a smirk. Her eyes were amber with a lingering darkness hiding just beyond the senses. I was wondering if you would come. Her voice sounded like sweet succulent desire in of itself. I'm curious though, what is a vampire doing in that girl's company? Narrowing his eyes, Naruto gripped the kunai, ready to strike at the woman's throat, but he wasn't sure that he could do it unscathed given how relaxed the woman appeared. I don't see how that's your business. Naruto's experience with what he assumed was a phi, judging by her feeling and the phi symbols, was not good. Many of the ones he encountered took a rather sadistic pleasure in tormenting people for amusement. The woman waved it off as if it were nothing. Call me curious. I'm always interested in who my dear little sister keeps around her. Naruto wasn't sure what to feel about that little reveal, but only furthered him to be on edge. She's your sister? Morgan Le Fay, at your service. Giving a mock hand out as if he wanted her to take it, but instead he stayed where he was, unsure of what she was planning, and if I might add, someone as strong as yourself shouldn't lower themselves to follow someone as weak as Arturia. She gave a sultry smile as if she was trying to seduce Naruto. If you know how things really are, why not join me instead? He wasn't sure if she had planned this or not, but it felt as if she was trying to charm him. Well, he sure as hell wasn't going to fall for that crap, sorry. Naruto smirked at Morgan, but you don't strike me as a leader who's worthy for the throne, or worth following for that matter. Not only that, I have a feeling you've got different plans for the country than what Arturia wants for the people. Morgan scoffed at his words. Oh please. That little girl hardly knows what's best for Britain. The throne is mine by rights. She was a bastard from the start, and she has nothing but childish dreams. The only reason she was born was for that the Red Dragon's power would be used to put down all of the invaders and kill that idiot uncle of ours up to the north who somehow managed to obtain the White Dragon's power. Not that he even knows how to use it properly. Morgan licked her lips like a predator ready to pounce on her prey. I can offer you far more than she ever could. Even the throne, since the sword clearly preferred you over her. So, she too saw that little incident, even myself if you'd like. 5. She was clearly trying to use her duality to her benefit, and she wasn't bad at it. If Naruto were younger, he probably would have fallen for it with some struggle to resist, but thankfully that old pervert taught him to resist such things. I think you should leave before something happens that we both will regret. Naruto was prepared to strike, even if she managed to have something in play against him, though Morgan's expression changed into that of a calm political player. Oh. Snapping her fingers, a magic seal appeared between them with a projection of Arturia sleeping soundly appearing. Do you really think I came here unprepared? What's to stop me from having my own fun with her while we're talking right now? Me. That actually gave Morgan pause as she tried to contemplate his response. Excuse me? Naruto wasn't going to hold back. You heard what I said. Me. You clearly wanted something from me. Well, you won't get it. I have seen empires rise and fall, battled gods and demons that would make you run for the hills. Little Spriggan. 6. I faced the ultimate one of the moon and lived to tell the tale. I'll slit your throat if I have to keep Arturia from staining her hands with your blood. She shouldn't have to. It's beneath her. Naruto bore into Morgan's eyes, making his threat very clear to her. Touch her and you die. You're too slow and I'm a lot faster than you think. Before long, Morgan dipped her head with the shadows of the night obscuring her face and began to laugh out loud at what he just said. He, ha 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 ha. So, my sister has already turned you into a cuck. Well, I can see it already. She's captured you and instilled fierce loyalty. Snapping her fingers, the projection vanished as Morgan got up from the rock she was sitting on and faded away into smoke that withered away, but her voice remained. You can enjoy the time you have with her right now, but know this. Naruto then felt a pair of hands and arms wrap themselves around his body, with one going to his chest and the other slowly making its way down to his manhood, and he heard Morgan speak once again, "I always get what I want in the end." She gave a slight bite on his ear as if she was showing affection, a clear mocking sign to him. Naruto twisted around to see that Morgan faded into smoke once again and vanished for good this time. Feeling the urgent matter to get back to camp, Naruto rushed to Arturia's tent to open and see that all was well. Sighing in relief, Naruto decided to always keep his tent right next to hers when they camped, regardless of what was told of him. He would ask Merlin in private of what happened out of Arturia's sight and hearing, not wanting to have her concern over what her sister tried tonight. The weak autumnal morning sun rose with the new day's beginning, with Arturia's small army starting their day off with breakfast and exercise while Naruto himself was trying to prepare his own out of sight in his tent. Over the course of the last few weeks of travel towards the river Gline, more bannermen and their forces had declared for Arturia, swelling their small band of warriors to just over 1,500. Suffice to say, Naruto managed to procure a few things for himself and using what he could get a hold of and made some scrambled eggs and toast. Being alive for almost a century taught him that he had to be self-dependent and he had to cook his own food. At least those tribes he met on the other side of the world were kind enough to teach him with hunting and gathering, along with preserving food for long trips. Cooking was something he had to pick up back when he was with Jiraiya since they didn't eat out a lot, preferring to make their own food instead from vendors or fishing from the rivers. Given how he intended to showcase ramen to the others, he felt that the least he could do right now before the upcoming battle was share his breakfast with Arturia. Then again, despite Britain being a rich and verdant ground with much greenland for growth, some of the ingredients for the Naruto's personal ambrosia simply didn't exist, yet. Covering up his plate to keep it concealed, Naruto stepped out of his tent to go right next entry to open the flap slightly as to not intrude on Arturia's privacy. "May I come on?" "You may enter." Her voice came through, not sounding the least bit bothered. Naruto stepped in to see that Arturia had yet to tie her hair up in the bun that she normally had to help conceal her gender, all the while she had been fully dressed, bar her armor. Sitting on her makeshift bed, Arturia had her breakfast on a crate in front of her. Arturia was eating what looked like some bread, fruits and oats along with some breakfast meat, all of which were in a large quantity, showing that she certainly was a glutton like himself. Although he eventually learned to control his appetite. Arturia turned to Naruto. "Yes, Naruto?" Naruto took a stool over to sit next to her as he uncovered his breakfast for her to gaze at it in wonder. "What's that?" Naruto took her unused fork and stuck it in the eggs and handed it back to her. "This is scrambled eggs and toast. Picked up the habit from a Roman legionary I met down in Libya." Arturia took the fork and brought the egg up to her nose to smell it, since usually eggs were hard-boiled or fried. "Well, go ahead, try it. It's not bad or anything." Hesitating slightly to take the bite, Arturia slowly inched the egg into her open mouth and bit down to eat it. At first, Arturia's face seemed neutral, that is until she really began to taste the egg with the seasoning and flavor within. Her eyes widened in excitement as she actually started to begin shoveling the eggs into her mouth. My king. That's my breakfast." The only thing left was the toast, but that didn't last long with Arturia swiping it up as well. Before he knew it, Arturia had stuffed her face with his breakfast with a satisfied smile on her face, all the while Naruto's mouth moved up and down in stupor at what just happened. "Wah, bu. My breakfast, eggs and toast, all gone." Arturia turned to Naruto with satisfaction. "Can you make more?" "Why, yeah, bu. Then you can make more for the both of us." Naruto's mourning of his precious food stopped when she said that, causing him to raise a brow. "Wait, what? You can make more of these scrambled eggs and toast for you and I." Arturia clarified for Naruto. After tasting that goodness, well, one can't really blame her for being selfish, just a teensy bit. Naruto now being forced to head back over to his tent, he contemplated that maybe this wasn't the best course of action to start introducing Arturia to the food he ate. "Okay then, I'll head next door to my tent and start things up again." Arturia nodded. "Be sure to make enough for the both of us tomorrow morning, after all, hunger is the enemy," she exclaimed, that is before she gestured for Naruto to stop briefly. "Naruto, before you leave, will you help me with something?" Of course, he was going to help her. It was in his nature. That, and given that his king asked him, he couldn't refuse her. Of course. What is it? Arturia turned around with her back facing the ninja. Would you please help with my hair? She reached over to take a blue ribbon and glanced back to give it to Naruto. I didn't apply it before eating, and since you've entered my tent, it would be best if it were done quickly before anyone unaware of my status as a woman were discovered. Naruto understood that her position as a woman in the guise of a king would immediately dethrone her and ruin her reputation, standing and status as a leader in Britain. Taking the ribbon, Naruto began tying her hair in the bun as she sat perfectly still for him to do his work. Feeling that he should probably clarify something with Arturia, particularly who knew her true gender, so, I mean my king. May I ask you something? Of course. What is it that you wanted to know? Well, I was kinda wondering who else knew your secret. I mean, I get that Hector and Kay know since you grew up in their house. I get Merlin since he pretty much knows things that no one else does. Then Naruto's mind turned to the other close confidants of hers. What about Gawain and Bedivere? Do they know? Naruto could sense that she was relaxed, getting the gist of her forthcoming answer. My nephew Gawain is aware of my gender, as is Bedivere. 1. Gawain knew not long after he had joined up with us to the tournament back on Sir Hector's lands, as his father asked us to take care of him. Naruto was wrapping her hair up as she continued. As for Bedivere, he learned not too long after a practice match together. I let my guard down for a moment and he quickly took advantage, leading to a blow that, well, left me in a position that revealed myself. From the way she put it, it was pretty embarrassing from what Naruto guessed. Though there was something that Naruto caught in her sentence concerning Gawain. What happened to Gawain's mom? He felt her stiffen up at that. Not good. By this time Naruto had finished tying the bow to secure her hair. She is no longer a part of his life, or our family. Oh, I'm sorry. Now he felt like crap after asking that. Don't be. Arturia stood up and turned to Naruto with a neutral expression, but he could feel the distaste in her words at speaking of this woman. His mother is cruel and sadistic. Nothing more, nothing less. But let us speak no more of this. Her voice gaining a more upbeat tone along with her facial features adorning a more positive feature. We have time to prepare for the upcoming battle, and I would like to hear more of your homeland after our victory. Walking past Naruto, Arturia placed a hand on his shoulder and turned to glance at her newest retainer. And don't forget to eat. And with that, Arturia left her tent to begin making preparations for their first battle, leaving a Naruto that was still hungry. All he could do was stare at the empty plates that she ate off of, and the one he brought with him to share. Man, she's a glutton. After getting dressed and finishing breakfast back in his tent, after having to fix it again, Naruto decided to head to Merlin to ask him a few questions, especially after last night with those little revealing lines by Morgan. Morgan was her sister, which led Naruto to suspect that she was also Gawain's mother after how short and poorly Arturia talked about the subject. Her uncle was Vortigern and made a coup to kill his brother to take power, and somehow managed to gain the power of a white dragon. And then there was Arturia's red dragon power. Was she a host to it like Kurama was to him? And then there were the subjects of his origin and element, along with the rest of his training to be conducted under the Magus. Walking through their encampment, Naruto received several nods along with a few brief waves from a few of the knights of their small army. They were either training with one another, reading arrows and bows, sharpening their swords, eating leftover breakfast, or getting their armor set for battle. Naruto sent his shadow clones out to take note of their enemies' numbers, armaments, positions, etc. for preparations. Naruto could only wonder just how prepared some of the younger, inexperienced men for war. Memories of the Fourth Ninja War came flashing back after all these years, with the bodies piling up before he and Killer Bee came around to help turn the tide in their favor. But still, too many were killed for the sake of a dream that would only kill them in the end. Although he had also seen his fair share of wars in this world, and while not as explosive as his own, they dragged on for longer and brought misery to all. Pushing old memories aside, he came up to Merlin's tent as he opened the flap up to see Merlin finishing up some reading in a textbook. The Magus didn't direct his attention towards Naruto yet, but acknowledged his presence nonetheless. Hello there, my young apprentice. What brings you here so early in the day? We still have a battle to prepare for. Or rather, I should say that you do. Merlin kept reading away, no doubt deciding on where to start Naruto off in his training, though the ninja wanted to get some clarification and answers. Yeah, I'm sure I do though, since we're still a ways away, and I sent my shadow clones out to scout the encampment. We've got time. I've got a couple of questions if you don't mind me asking before things get bloody out there. Closing the book with his reading hand, Merlin placed it on his bed as he turned his attention to Naruto. Certainly, what would you like to know? His carefree attitude ever present on his face. Knowing that his teacher was going to ask him on the how he found out, he made sure to give him an account when he would ask, "Is Morgan Le Fay really Arturia's sister?" The previous expression he held before dropped immediately as Merlin waved his hand to the tent flap for it to close as he gazed at Naruto. "How did you come by that information?" Merlin knew that Arturia's sister had it out for her since birth, seeing that she was born properly to what would be her inheritance of the throne. For Naruto, a foreigner, to find that very well-kept hidden information was very concerning. Naruto took a seat on a crate that Merlin gestured for him to pull up, and began explaining to the wizard the previous week's events. She decided to make an invitation, and I used that term lightly, to me to join her by threatening Arturia. So, I threatened her back and she disappeared while taunting me. Turns out, you and Arturia weren't the only ones to see me attempt to pull that sword out. Shrugging his shoulders after thinking he made a mistake with the threat, guess she figures she can still get to me even with what happened between us. Merlin closed his eyes as he shook his head. I must be slipping a little if I could not feel her dark presence. Either that or she's managed to perfect her usage in that magecraft. Opening his eyes, he bore into Naruto's own, who seemed to realize that he didn't take the right steps in pushing the Fay away. Regardless, you shouldn't have threatened her. Now she will have her sights on you at all times. Merlin knew all too well just how dangerous Morgan could be. Fate had a habit of spitting out equals and opposites in regards to who held power in the world, and Merlin knew that while he could be regarded as Britain's shining magus of flowers, then Morgan was the shadowed fairy that darted between them. His equal in the arcane. Naruto nodded as he silently admitted his mistake, but with Morgan having something prepared to hurt Arturia, his emotions got the better of him, and like he would always do, mouth off without thinking things through. Yeah, it also doesn't help that she tried to grab my crotch before she left. Merlin's eyes widened a margin before returning to normal, not sure what the magus thought of that. Not exactly standard evening conduct for a lady, he quipped lightly before closing his book with an audible snap. But there is a precedent for such things. Morgan has thrown herself at many men over the years under various guises, including the fictitious Morgause persona to a nymph by the shore. But she came to you in her true form? Merlin finally rose from his seat to approach the dead apostle. In that case, be extra careful. Clasping his hands together as he covered his mouth, Merlin leaned in before continuing. Morgan is a shapeshifter capable of disguising herself as any person she wishes. If she decided that you've captured her interest, not just general, but UAL interest. Taking a deep breath before continuing, she may try to bed you for reasons that will benefit no one but herself. Naruto shivered at the thought of the Fay forcing him to the bed and raping him for whatever reason, even if it was just to have fun or annoy the ninja. Feeling the need to better understand Morgan, Naruto probed further. Just who is Morgan exactly? Morgan Le Fay is technically speaking the rightful heir to the throne of Uther Pendragon, Arturia's older sister and mother to young Gawain, as well as a few others. Rubbing his temples, Merlin continued on with her background. She is extremely clever, nearly as clever as she believes herself to be, and she's a practitioner of the dark arts. Very powerful, but very dangerous as well. Since her embracing of her Fay heritage, her power has only grown. Enough to match me in terms of magical power. Morgan had inherited the primeval curse that lurks with the British Isles in the form of her supernatural blood that had supposedly died with Uther, but it seemed that fate said otherwise. Naruto didn't know too much about magic, but when someone practiced that was called dark, it was extremely dangerous in his experience, so her heart's as black as she feels. Yes, Merlin agreed with Naruto, and she will stop at nothing to dethrone her sister. Merlin caught that Naruto's hand twitched slightly to indicate anger. Perhaps some previous experience, he thought. Naruto, having already gotten the gist of Morgan, moved on to the next subject. Alright, and what about her uncle, Vortigern? Morgan mentioned that he has the power of the White Dragon in him. Merlin nodded as he gazed to the side. She certainly has a mouth on her, mumbling to himself before he turned back to Naruto. Yes. Vortigern is their uncle, and he killed Uther not long after Arturia was born. You have to understand that as humanity grows more competent in the absence of gods walking the earth, the amount of mystery within the world as a whole begins to dip. There are those who wield powers from time immemorial that fear this radical change can lead only to destruction. Vortigern is one of these people. He deposed Uther due to feeling that Britain was doomed in the hands of regular humans. Shaking his head, Merlin could only feel sorry for those in Vortigern's lands. As for his ownership of the power of the White Dragon, she's not wrong on that count. Merlin conjured up an apparition of a large white dragon in between them. Dragons hold immense power worthy to be attributed to the supreme phantasmal species and those who can obtain it. The blood of dragons, that is, they achieve their attributes and power. It enables them to gain the power to either inspire their allies, or strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. It gives them skin that is as tough as a dragon's hide, to perceive events that which have yet to occur, or even become a dragon themselves. Among all dragons, the red and white dragons, Wydedrig Gok and Albion, both of whose mystery surpasses even the famed Fafnir in the east, were known to dwell within Britain, stubbornly persistent beneath Mount Emerus long after the Age of Gods had ended. Kurama had been listening intently at this point, with the tailed beast also curious about the subject. I'm getting some déjà vu here. Yeah, a little too much like us. The ninja agreeing with his partner on the matter. Naruto understood now about the benefits of having their power. It was like becoming a Jinchuriki, gaining immense power by holding within the power of something immense and primal. So how did he manage to get his hands on the white dragon's power? And what about Arturia and her red dragon power? He recalled the red dragon that appeared behind her back when she pulled Caliburn after making her speech to the people. The presence it held was immense, and he could feel as if the creature was right behind her, daring anyone to say otherwise. I'm not quite sure how Vortigern obtained the white dragon's power, although I suspect he managed to come by its blood and merely drank it. I have heard rumors that he keeps a drake beneath his castle, chained and half-mad. Merlin took a book from his stack while he opened it up to a page showcasing a ritual of sorts with a dragon and a woman, handing it to Naruto for him to see. As for Arturia, well, that's actually something that I had done at the behest of her father. Naruto couldn't fully understand the text, but the ritual itself of the blood running from the dragon into the woman he understood a bit. Uther asked me to imbue his child with the factor of a dragon, but I needed a woman who could withstand the ritual and was of noble blood. And so, the woman best suited was the Lady Igraine, the wife of Uther's servant, the Duke of Cornwall. Upon the ritual's conclusion, the child that laid in her belly was indeed Arturia, but she was not born from the union of the king and queen, rather from a noblewoman of another family. Naruto turned the page to see the dragon behind a young child. When Arturia was born, she was born not with magic circuits that we magi have, rather, she was born with the heart and blood of a holy dragon, beating and flowing within her body, gifting her with a mana core that makes her leagues above others as well as her potential for becoming a magus. Merlin paused momentarily before he began to chuckle, though she had such impatience during training. Little Arturia never bothered to learn magecraft. Magic is too hard to learn. Just teach me to use my mana to improve what I already have. She could never stay put for long, and she tried a few times to take swipe at me with her practice sword. I suppose my own ineptitude with long incantations may be a contributing factor. She took my advice of smack it with a sword to heart. Merlin raised his voice to mimic a little girl's when he repeated what Arturia told him during her training. Naruto chuckled at the image of an angry Arturia chasing Merlin down with a wooden sword that he found all too hilarious. Calming down as Naruto closed the book to hand back to Merlin, now it makes sense. It takes a dragon to kill a dragon. Crossing his arms, he mulled it over before wondering what exactly she gained as a result from the ritual. Since she has the heart and blood of a dragon, what were all the pros and cons that came with it? Her dragon blood has gifted her with great magical resistance against many things, although she is unable to resist the true magics, and members of the divine phantasmal species can overwhelm her. Although I suspect that some magics from the Age of Gods would be ineffective against her. Placing a hand to his chin in thought. Dragons were among the top phantasmal species and considered rightly so. Although given how rare the Age of Gods magecraft was, it'd be difficult to fully ascertain her capacity to resist such magics. There's always a trade-off like that. Naruto said, something's always bigger and badder around the corner. Even though Naruto knew that Kurama was considered to be the strongest of the tailed beasts, the 10 Tails and Kagaya were far more powerful. The Uchiha had the capacity to subjugate the tailed beast with their Sharingan to control their wills. Merlin nodded in agreement. Quite so. Then she has the ability to augment her body with her mana to make her faster, stronger and far more durable than anyone else in the battlefield. Her mana burst ability helps compensate for her lack of strength, with being able to send her enemies flying away or repelling projectiles, whether they be magic or material weapons, or even act as a shield for her. To Naruto, that sounded a lot like a chakra cloak, or at least an internal one. That's what it seems to me. No wonder she's so confident. Kurama pointed out to him. His chakra cloak was able to perform almost all that which Merlin stated that Arturia's mana burst could do. Sounds pretty familiar. Naruto mumbled to himself, though Merlin caught on and figured his apprentice would reveal that in time. Turning his attention back to Merlin, he raised a question about what he was informed of last night. Last night you told me my origin was life, and my element was non-existence. What did that all mean? Merlin hummed with the question, sitting down to begin explaining. Well, I should probably explain Akasha to you. You see, Akasha is the swirl of the root, the center of all creation from which all information, people, power and many, many things originate from, and all magi are in pursuit of it. Whether it is to obtain the true magics or view the records stored there. When any soul is brought into existence, they are ejected from the root with a single defining trait at the core of their being that defines who they are. This is what is known as the origin of a person and its effects, how and what they're capable of in regards to magecraft. Naruto paid attention intently to his sensei's words. Element, on the other hand, is the indicator of what you are predisposed to as a magus. There are the 5 main elements: fire, earth, water, wind and ether, or void as it's sometimes referred to. Then there's the 6th imaginary element that can literally be anything from something as disgusting as urine to an abstract concept like yourself. Naruto had no idea about this 6th element, although, given what Merlin said about his element, I would have thought that my element was wind since I used it for so long. Kakashi Sensei and Asuma Sensei helped him refine his change in nature to perfect the Rasen Shuriken in combat, and the added benefit of Pa Senjutsu training made it even more powerful to boot. Your element is nothingness, material, a holdover from your jutsu, as you call it. You take the physical nothingness and convert it into a material. Wind may just be the first thing that manifested from the nothingness of your element. The magus clarified for the ninja. You see, magecraft comes from various thaumaturgical foundations that use different methods to create the miracles that are possible through them. Now Merlin was giving Naruto a history lesson as well. The primary foundation used by most mages were those set in place by King Solomon, the king of magic, in 950 BC to allow for more people to use it. The general rule of thumb is that the less people know about it, the more powerful it becomes. However, the more people believe in it, the more stable it is. Naruto seemed confused by the whole rule that Merlin explained. It sounded all too contradicting. But he supposed that it was based on the fact that jutsu and magecraft had different rules from one another. Where magecraft is based on mystery and wonder with many unable to explain it, jutsu was based on discovering and explaining the intricacies behind it for others to break down, analyze and expand on it so others could replicate the feat. So, what all exactly are the types of magecraft? Are there any schools people go to for that stuff? Merlin chuckled slightly at the question. Nothing so assembled as that exists just yet. Though there are mages associations across the known world, there is no actual base in Britain as of yet. I have heard of a gathering in London that should be putting that together when they manage to gather enough members and families. Waving that off as if it were just a secondary thing, Merlin continued on. As for the types of magecraft, we refer to them as schools in the sense of a broad subject that delves into subsections to be explored further. There's conjuration, illusion, alchemy, invocation, summoning, elemental manipulation, contracts, bounded field creation, mystic code creation, curses, healing, geocraft, runes, necromancy, formulacraft, witchcraft and many other esoteric forms. He went on to explain that there were many other skills that didn't belong to any particular branch of magecraft but were still used to assist, and Naruto may help build on what he already knew with shadow clones. The two that Merlin explained in detail were thought acceleration and memory partition to accelerate and categorize that which Merlin wished to teach him. The sun had risen to its zenith in the sky by the time the explanation had come to an end. Naruto was floored by just how broad the scope that magecraft had. That's wow. I had a feeling magecraft had a lot of subjects, but that many? Sheesh, it's gonna take a while to get it all down even with shadow clones. Merlin hummed at that. You can potentially learn things that I may be able to teach you, but if you intend to learn of the things from the age of gods, you'll have to figure that out on your own. Mysteries from that time were beyond his skill level, despite how much he tried to research it. Naruto saw that he had quite the ways to go in learning. The best thing he figured he could do right now was learn what sounded similar to jutsu right now. Okay then, so, any chance we can start with elemental manipulation? It's one of the subjects that jutsu has in common with magic. Certainly, Merlin exclaimed in excitement with Naruto inwardly eager to begin. Now one of the better methods at our disposal may be building on what you already have into your own thaumaturgical foundation. For example, no one knows the mechanics of your jutsu in this land, but in your home you mentioned that it was known by many. Assuming that the land's denizen count was comparable to our own, then it should hold both great power and stability here. Merlin ran Naruto through the steps of teaching Naruto the theory side of magecraft, and while Naruto may have once chose to snap his own neck instead of sit through a lecture, he was far older than he looked. With age comes wisdom and patience, both of which were being exercised to try and ingrain himself with this new system. Naruto found that if he could imagine the element and size he wanted to create, then he could form it with the appropriate application of Arya and prana molding. Concept, method, end result. It was simple but effective. In some cases too effective, given that a minor flame mystery had ended up burning a hole in Merlin's tent. Bedivere and Gawain had been sparring against some of the newer recruits in order to give them some pointers when they had been witness to a thin pillar of fire burst from near the center of camp, skyrocketing to a height of 350 feet before dissipating like a snuffed candle. A few of the more green recruits had run for cover and blamed God's wrath. Others had grabbed their swords and armor to run to the king's aid. Everyone, be still and calm, 'tis only the court magus experimenting with some battle tactics, be at ease. Gawain shouted, raising his hand to call attention to himself before pointing back to the practice dummies. Those of you who are new, get used to Merlin's antics or you will end up sullying perfectly good armor. Now back to work. The shaggy-haired swordsman looked to Bedivere, who smiled serenely. Merlin's new apprentice, no doubt. As Bedivere joined his fellow knight in drills and time passed, Naruto continued to practice and refine what Merlin had taught him in the short amount of time until eventually he stood before a slightly soot-covered Merlin with a stable gout of flame the size of a pomegranate between his palms. "Well done, my dear apprentice," Merlin said happily. He watched as Naruto let the fire mystery wilt before fading from view to leave nothing more than a waft of warm air where it had once been. Keep thinking outside of the box and you will without a doubt become a first-rate magus that will make those snobs of the Wandering Sea and Atlas green with envy. The white-haired man finished, causing a small smile to bloom on Naruto's lips. Although, Naruto suddenly felt a weight settle on his head. Trying to gaze up at whatever it was, Naruto saw what looked like a fluffy white, rabbit dog thing. It had the features of both animals with the proportions of a squirrel and had made an appearance without Naruto being able to sense it. The creature looked down at him with inquisitive purple eyes while walking in small circles atop the crown of Naruto's skull before eventually settling down amongst the spiky golden tresses, closing its eyes to boot. It seemed to be sleeping on his head now, with the rhythmic breathing lightly rustling at his hair. Not wanting the damn thing on his head any longer, Naruto carefully inched his hand up to carefully pluck it from his head, that is, until Merlin waved a finger. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Naruto froze before he could move any further as he looked to Merlin for answers. "Little Fu, there is one of the single most dangerous beings on the planet, bar a certain spider." Mumbling that last bit to himself, although given that Gaia is treating you in a similar vein, he probably sees you as family. Taking that bit of advice, Naruto turned his connection with nature towards the newly dubbed Fu, and saw that the white beastie was made almost entirely of natural energy of such a dense concentration it reminded Naruto of when he had first entered Sage mode near the 10 Tails. Still, he attempted once more to at least touch the Kath Palug, only to be swatted away by a fluffy tail when he got within 3 inches. I'm somewhat surprised. Fu can be a real diva at times and even attacks me from time to time for removing him from his home. You could call him a catastrophe. Merlin held out his arms as if waiting for praise for his truly awful joke. He pouted childishly when all that Naruto gave him was a 1,000-yard stare, something that Fu mirrored from his bed atop Naruto's hair. So mean, Tilda. Great, the ninja drawled as his sweat dropped. After the lesson with Merlin and getting rid of that little rabbit dog thing, thank God, Naruto's shadow clones dispersed, and the knowledge came flooding back to him about the Saxons they were about to do battle with, and they weren't fully equipped to deal with them head-on as they were. Naruto went to Arturia, who had called a war meeting for them to convene on what he discovered. Their war council was situated in a large tent with a few tables set up for their armaments and supplies to maintain their weapons and armor, while in the center stood the table with maps strewn about it. Naruto had been going over the enemy numbers and positions they had, along with what their armaments were and potential strategies that he and Arturia could employ against the Saxons. Drawing up the positions, Arturia stood on his right while they waited for the others to arrive, with Merlin sitting off to the side as war was not his forte, but he would provide counsel to Arturia if need be, since this would be her first battle in their war to unite Britain. Arturia studied what Naruto was drawing up for them, all the while she tried to come up with a strategy to emerge victorious. The clanking of metal boots came clunking through the flap of the tent as Hector came up to Arturia's own right side and stood next to her. Kay, Gawain and Bedivere followed through as Bedivere took up to Naruto's left while Kay and Gawain stood to Hector's right side. Oh, good. Everyone's here now. Now I've got the gist of what we're up against here. Naruto finished setting the Saxon positions on the landscape, while showing where their forces would enter into the battlefield. From what I can tell about their numbers, they've got around 2,000 men to battle against our 1,500. 4 distinct groups making up their overall troops. Kay chuckled mirthfully. We all knew it was going to be an uphill battle no matter what. What did the Saxons look like from your observations? Gawain was curious as to how much information Naruto was able to gain through his so-called shadow clones that he displayed yesterday. If they could provide detailed information on their enemies' appearances, it could help them figure out which of them were the leaders. Scratching his head, Naruto tired to recall what they looked like. Well, it was pretty much split between young and old men in the regulars. I'd put their numbers at about 1,600 or so. The other 400 looked better equipped though. I guess they're the elite troops. Bedivere noted that last subject that Naruto brought up. It sounds like the latter soldiers are the Gedrit, and if there's 400 as you say, it means we'll have to deal with 4 chieftains. The young knight said, they're the personal troops that are loyal to their chieftains and give the best equipment to battle with. Hector nodded, and based upon the regulars, the old men are Dugath, while the young men are Geogath. 800 each, and they're only given small round shields along with spears. He recalled some of what he knew about the Saxons' weapons. Not only that, they'll have archers with long bows and slings to keep our men at bay from closing in. Arturia believed that she had her strategy figured out for this battle. In that case, we'll have our own archers fire upon their forces to reduce their numbers. This will give us both a slight numerical advantage combined with the superior armaments and training that our soldiers have in order to enable a full frontal assault and charge through the Saxons. She believed that this was what would win them the battle while maintaining their chivalry. Merlin saw that Naruto had crossed his arms as well as closing his eyes, shaking his head in disagreement, but he wasn't expecting the next words to leave his mouth in response to Arturia's plan. That's a stupid idea. All tent occupants had gone wide-eyed at Naruto's objection to what their king said. Arturia turned to Naruto as she narrowed her eyes at the ninja. She wasn't hurt or anything like that, but disagreeing with the king in such a manner showed disrespect. You have a better idea to win the battle, then? She knew that they had quality over quantity, and that was what made the difference in a battle between 2 armies. Despite the few numbers they had, Arturia was confident in their ability to win. Merlin was very intrigued by what Naruto had to say in his defense. Naruto opened his eyes as he took a few rocks and coins from his pocket. Yeah, a way for us to win without sacrificing so many of our men. I've been around for a long time, Arthur, and let me tell you that while superior numbers can be overcome, it is almost always at massive loss in a full frontal assault. Every one of our troops counts for if we win here and are severely weakened, what is to stop the next army from stepping in to crush us? I'm your retainer, and as such, It's my duty to tell you when something is stupid and to help you create something better." He began to explain to set up both sides, gesturing who was who. "Okay, so, coins are us, and rocks are Saxons." Setting them down, Naruto showcased just what his plan was. He had been contemplating what to do to make this a victory for Arturia that would give them the best outcome while the war council was gathering. "Now if we do what you say, my king, then the Saxons will only regroup to form up a shield line with their backs to the river, spears out in a phalanx." Naruto recalled how some other armies would use this tactic to form impenetrable defenses while giving them an advantage in terms of whittling down the enemy. It's easy to defend from one side and they know that. They'll send out skirmishers while giving them cover fire with their bows and slings to pick off our soldiers before they can even make it to the battle zone, and giving them time to retreat into the shield wall. They have an entrenched position, meaning with what I've just mentioned, we'd lose men with every failed charge. No, you have to think differently than what you normally do to win this battle. Naruto took a few of the coins and maneuvered them across the river behind the rocks. "Now, Bedivere and I can take our archers across the river with an escort of paladins to protect them. You and our main forces can draw the Saxons' attention while myself and Bedivere lead the archers to set up behind the Saxons on the other side of the river here. Once there, I'll freeze a portion of the river into icy spikes to keep them from crossing over to attack, while our archers fire at them from the rear." Naruto glanced at everyone to see if they were paying attention, all the while taking note of their expressions. Bedivere didn't seem to object too much to the strategy so far, neither did Gawain or Kay. Hector seemed to approve given his experience in battle that this was something that would be favorable for them. Arturia though, well, he couldn't really tell as her expression had become neutral, although he could sense her unease with doing something that didn't abide by her chivalry. Since they know that they can't cross the river from the ice spikes keeping them at bay, along with any of the paladins that'll cut them down if they do manage by some miracle do get across, the chieftains will likely send some of their front guard around the rear to protect them from our archers. I'll take the opportunity to have a shadow clone sneak in and disguise himself as one of them to take out two of their chieftains in order to spread disorganization among the Saxons. Why not just kill all 4 chieftains? Wouldn't such a thing cripple enemy morale?" Kay asked, knocking the 4 rocks representing the chieftains from the board only for Naruto to take 2 of the rocks and put them back on the table at the center of the Saxon forces, shaking his head. "No, if all 4 die then whoever the executive officer of each Gedrid will step up to marshal the troops as opposed to 2 of the chieftains dying. Each set of troops under their command will wonder who they need to take orders from and likely get conflicting orders. Without 2 of their leaders, they'll make tactical screw-ups since their command has been crippled and cut down to half." Bringing the coins of their main forces, Naruto continued on, "Now that we've given ourselves a few advantages, the bulk of our forces will change up into a wedge formation. My king, your troops will wait for one of the skirmisher groups to return to the line, and when a small gap shows itself, that's when you send in the cavalry to charge through and split the Saxons in half." Positioning the coins into a U formation around the split Saxon rocks before Naruto continued, "Have those with tower shields and spears form up the U formation in defense around the enemy with spears out to prevent them from escaping. Once that's been set up, you, my king, alongside the knights and myself will take on the now smaller groups. With the last 2 chieftains cut down, we can let the rest of the Saxons surrender if they so choose. Disrupt, divide, conquer." Letting out breath of relief, Naruto finished his strategy to win. The others seemed more confident in the coming battle, though Arturia had a slight show of frustration as she gripped Caliburn like before back the homestead. The feeling of inferiority washed over her. She knew that his strategy was better, and she silently admitted to it, but still. Naruto decided to try and ease things up a bit for her. "Look, I get it. This isn't something you'd normally do, but we don't have the luxury right now. If we had more men, then yeah, we probably could do what you said first. But the odds are against us. We're the underdogs in this war. I've been in war before, you have to trust me on this." Arturia had conceded all of the points to him, and it would be foolish to ignore Naruto. Finally lamenting, Arturia nodded in acceptance. I understand, we shall use your strategy in the coming battle." Arturia turned to Hector with her orders. "Hector, Kay, have our infantry ready to assemble and move out within the hour. I want everyone equipped for battle." Hector and Kay bowed slightly as they placed their right arms across their chests. "Understood, sire." "Gawain, Arturia turned to her nephew. I want you alongside myself as we have the knights and cavalry assemble. Yes, sire. Gawain bowing at his king's order. Turning to Bedivere, Arturia continued, Bedivere, you and Naruto will ready the archers and paladins to maneuver behind our enemy across the river to flank them. I understand, my king. Nodding in acceptance, Arturia finished the war council up. Everyone is dismissed. As the occupants left the tent with their orders, Arturia stayed at the war table though she clasped Naruto's shoulders silently wanting him to stay. She wanted to know something that only the ninja could tell her. Naruto, why did you put your disagreement in such words? Naruto got the gist of what she was saying. Why did you show such disrespect to your king? Seeing how he usually wasn't one to always agree with his superiors' orders and decisions, Naruto felt that he should go ahead and get this out of the way to ensure that there wouldn't be any tension between the two of them. I'm sorry about that. But the way you strategized that wasn't very effective. I understand that you want to maintain your code, but there will be times that you can't hold on to it, or you'll risk everything in battle for it. I was taught that you had to adapt on the fly or die in the fight. Seeing that Arturia was conflicted, he tried to soothe her unease. My king, you have a bright future ahead of you. I meant no disrespect to you at all. I merely wanted to show you that we have other options and strategies available to us. Like I said before, I'm your retainer, and it's my job to question your decisions along with offering advice and strategy when you need it. Arturia did have to agree with him. She was stubborn at times and her chivalric code kept her confined to a certain way of fighting. However, seeing that Naruto clearly had prior battle experience, she had to see the points he made. With their current advantages over the Saxons combined with Naruto's own brand of magecraft and their strategy, victory was assured. Until such a time came where she had learned the art of war, she would defer to his judgment. Although there was something else that Arturia wanted to ask Naruto. Do you have a code that you live by, Naruto? And there was that. Naruto knew she would bring that subject up after yesterday and the little disregard of chivalry from the meeting. I do have a code. But I'll tell you once the battle's over. Right now, we have to get prepared. I promise you. I'll tell you what code I live by, and honestly, it may come as a surprise to you, or maybe not. I dunno. Anyways, time to get prepared. Arturia nodded in acceptance of his answer, allowing a small smile to appear. Then I will hold you to that promise. But you are right, we must prepare for war. The clanking of boots across the ground rang through Naruto's ears as he and Bedivere moved their archers and paladins across the river other side as they got into position to begin flanking the Saxons. So far, the enemy had no idea that they were coming, having taken the raid camps out and maneuvering just far enough out of sight from the enemy to not suspect anything. 150 archers decked out in light tunics and oak longbows were far faster to move than the entire army, and the guard of 50 paladins made it across the river in a minimum amount of time. Once they drew closer, Arturia and the rest of their forces would emerge from the tree line into the Saxons' view, where they would begin getting into their defensive positions. Keeping within the woodland of the tree line on their side of the river masked their advance along the river until they began to take notice of signs of the Saxon encampment. The smell of smoke and cooking on the wind, and even the odd burst of laughter when the wind changed direction just so. Their advance was not completely perfect, finding maybe 24 lookouts along the bank, but with the massive ranged advantage and Naruto darting amongst the trees had them silently taken down in next to no time. Eventually the encampment came into sight. Ramshackled tents of varying size place on the uphill back of one of the many meanders of the river Gline, just as Naruto remembered it from his earlier clone investigation. Bedivere gave the signal to halt the troops and get them into firing lines while Naruto advanced to the edge of their field of vision. Naruto formed a shadow clone to head into the enemy encampment, where it would disguise itself as one of the slain lookouts and take out half the leadership when the time was right. Bedivere came up behind Naruto as he patted his shoulder to grab his attention. Our archers and paladins have arrived in force. We should get into position to be ready in time for the assault. Naruto nodded in agreement. All right. My shadow clone should be arriving at the enemy camp any moment by now. He'll disguise himself as one of the Getter-hit lookouts we killed to get to the chieftains. Bedivere followed the chivalric code as well, but not quite so adherent as Arturia was. He was among her closest friends, vowing to serve by her side as he admired her beliefs, and it drove him to become a knight under her service. Surprised to say, he was not expecting his king to be a woman as opposed to a man. However, this did not deter him one bit. Now he found himself working alongside a dead apostle whom by all rights should be fighting against them, not for them. At first, he didn't know what to make of Naruto, although his introduction back at the homestead with the others told him something. Naruto was a kind soul that clearly admired Arturia just as much as he did. His planning of this battle showcased that he had much experience in war, which only made him wonder just how old Naruto truly was, and when he began his life as a soldier. The way he carried himself was like that of one who knew battle by heart, alongside how he spoke of cutting down the enemy with tactics that would divide and confuse the enemy. He may not fully agree that this was a chivalrous way to do battle, but Naruto's way would help them prevail with minimal casualties. Naruto and Bedivere moved past the bulk of their troops to the tree line obscuring them from the Saxons across the river in the open plain. Naruto saw that his clone had already disguised itself as one of the enemy to hunt down the leadership. Okay, so far so good. It looks like nobody's noticed my clone's out of place. It wasn't hard to use a transformation jutsu and move through the crowds if one knew how to use it correctly. We'll wait for the king to show himself to draw their attention. Currently the Saxons were either still eating, sleeping, tending to their weapons or sitting with their thumbs up their asses. As far as they were concerned, they had nothing to fear. Oh, how wrong would they be? Naruto used the little lesson he got from Merlin this morning to begin preparing for the magic he would be employing soon. Even 2 shadow clones were still good enough to help cut training time down. Bedivere signaled the archers to begin preparing their bows as his own with the paladins at the ready to defend them. Knock, breathing in deeply before he began channeling the correct energies to use magic through his hands. He had established a trigger image, as Merlin had called it, of lightning striking a tree. Petite warrior, loyal and steadfast. Your devotion is the ice of coldest winters, unyielding and true. Naruto started the aria. A 3-count one was all that was needed for this. Draw. Within the heart of the growing spell sat the evidence of Naruto's concept, a memory used to fuel the mystery of which he was about to perform. Masked hunter, in service to a demon. Your heart is kind but your rage is frigid, unto your enemy an icy hell you shall unleash. And they waited. The wait was not a long one. As soon as they saw on the other side's tree line, they could make out the shape of Arturia and her forces moving forward, causing the Saxons to drop what they were doing and gearing up for the bloodbath about to commence, though they were unaware of their flank being wide open as Bedivere gave the order, loose. The Saxons, unprepared for the attack, suddenly found their backs filled with arrows, while some turned to try and run away. Naruto rushed in immediately before the second arrow volley with his hands glowing light orange with frosted steam emanating from his fingertips. Alright, time to see things pay off. Brave shinobi, your life long gone. Your virtue shall be remembered as an ice statue carved within my heart. I name you, Haku. As Naruto ran, appearing as a blur to the normal eyes of both sides, he thrust his hands out to touch the water with the mana surging through the river. The result? Spikes of ice shot up towards the Saxons that were attempting to turn their attention back, their attackers with bewilderment clear in their words. What just happened? The river turned to ice and impaled our brethren. It's a magus. They have a magus. Naruto smirked a bit, mostly at his small accomplishment, but also at the cries of his enemies. He wondered which of them pissed their pants in fear. Bedivere and the archers moved out from the tree line with the paladins taking the front. The knight and the former group readied their bows for another volley. Archers, fire! And let it loose upon Bedivere's command. By this time several of the chieftains Gedret had arrived to form up a makeshift phalanx to protect their comrades. It worked for a bit, however some of them were struck suddenly by what looked like flying stars. Naruto saw that they were directing their shield to protect themselves from the arrows, however they were open for the ninja to throw shuriken that curved through the ice and around to hit their throats. Before arriving in this world, Naruto had poor skill in curving the shuriken. But having been alive for a century or so, he honed his basic skills to their peak to be ready for whatever came his way. Several of the Gedret fell, forcing the phalanx to collapse, but now Naruto saw that things were becoming hectic for the Saxons, judging from how pitiful they were reacting. Where are the chieftains? They're dead. No, my chieftain yet lives. Fuck your chieftain, what about mine? Naruto's shadow clone had taken out half the leadership, leaving half the Saxon encampment without guidance. Now to kick things up a notch. He jumped over the ice and landed right on top of one of the Gedret and drove a wind-enhanced kunai through the shield that gave with the weapon driving through the skull of the warrior. Arturia sat atop her horse with her hands gripping tightly at the reins, Caliburn strapped at her side while her infantrymen and some knights marshaled before her at the bottom of the incline towards the river bank. They had placed themselves just beyond the range of the Saxon bows and sent the occasional group up to engage the Saxon skirmishers. There was a visual dichotomy between the British and Saxon troops. While the British were still and resolute with weapons in uniform correct positions, the Saxons were hollering within their rough phalanx. Hollering and boisterous shouting came from the invaders, who added to the company by slamming the ash wood spears against their shields in an effort to intimidate them. Arturia had to admit that despite all of her training she did indeed feel a knot of anticipation. "My king?" Hector asked from next to her. He too was atop a horse and was to lead the cavalry charge when the time came. "You look troubled. Are you afraid?" The aged knights held empathy that spoke of years of battles and court politics. She wished that she could turn her head to him and tell him that she held not a modicum of fear in her heart, that their foolproof plan would lead them to victory without any shadow of a doubt and bring them to the first step in reuniting Britain under a just ruler. But she could not, instead choosing to continue looking at the rambunctious Saxons that filled her view and let her foster father work it out without her voice betraying her. "I see." Hector nodded to himself, taking her unsaid answer, a grin breaking his stoic, slightly wrinkled face. "Good." Arturia finally looked to Sir Hector, who continued to speak his piece. "Fear is one of the key parts of battle. It shows that you understand what is at stake, be it your life or those that follow behind you. Take that fear, Arthur, take it and let it light the way to a time when fear is no longer needed except when facing those that would induce it by inhuman means." Sir Hector?" Arturia said, correcting herself mid-sentence. She was about to thank him when a mass sound rent the air, like a blast of wind or smoke. Tearing her eyes away from her foster father, seeing something that gave her pause. The entirety of the river had been transformed into large spikes of solid ice that jutted towards the Saxons' rear at all angles between 0 and 180 degrees. Soon enough she heard the telltale whizzing of arrow volleys slamming into the rear of the Saxon horde, causing cries of confusion to come from the heart of the enemy encampment. "Looks like Merlin's apprentice pulled through," Hector said with a chuckle, impressed by the use of magecraft to turn the Saxons' position against them. "So, King Arthur, give your army their first orders." Taking a second to steady herself, Arturia nodded, drawing forth Caliburn and riding out before her troops before turning to address them. "Sir Kay." Her foster brother sat to attention, looking at the impressive figure of his king. "Take command of those with tower shields. Have them move to the rear guard and begin the encircling maneuver the moment the main push begins." Kay nodded, cantering off towards the back of the army. Arturia turned her attention to Gawain, now wearing a plate as well as a great helm to protect his head. He was in charge of taking control of half the infantry and knights once the Saxons had been split. "Company!" he shouted, raising his sword high above his head, glinting in the sun that loomed overhead. "Change formation." Looking to Sir Hector, Arturia took a deep breath before addressing him. "Sir Hector, take control of our cavalry and begin the charge when the signal is given. You are vital for this victory." Hector nodded, a smile on his lips before placing the visor on his helm down and raising his sword to the sky, turning to gallop down the line of troops that were beginning to change position. "Hail King Arthur, son of Uther! Hail to the King of Knights!" he proclaimed loudly, his voice carrying clearly across the assembled British forces. The knights and infantry joined their voices with his, letting out roars of righteous jubilation and slammed spears against the ground. The sea of jostling steel was like something out of a dream for Arturia. Their calling her name and proclaiming her glory was truly something to witness. Turning back to the now panicking Saxons, Arturia leveled Caliburn at the foreigners that had invaded her lands. With a straight back and roaring heart she opened her mouth and delivered her decree, scant of fear or uneasiness. Now was the time for action. "Infantry, advance." Naruto saw that Arturia was now leading in with the wedge formation as the infantry formed the U around the encampment and began closing in with their forces, cutting the Saxons already present on the battlefield. The opening they were looking for occurred and she struck as soon as it appeared. "Glad to see you listened, my king." Naruto formed 2 additional shadow clones to aid their battle. "All right boys, go thrash." "Right boss." Naruto decided to regroup with Arturia to finish things up. Hector saw the break in the Saxon line and charged forth with a force of 450 of Britain's beast cavalry at his back, spears and swords drawn to smash through the enemy line and cleave them in twain. The Germanic raiders were utterly unprepared for such a focused attack, and with their line compromised there was little they could do to stop it. A few of Hector's charge fell to spears and arrows, but it could not stop the British cavalry crashing down upon them like the rage of a vengeful god. Hector himself was a master of mounted combat, using the momentum of his horse to cut the enemy force in two, even picking up a fallen Saxon spear to increase his range. Naruto's strategy worked well, just as he said. Arturia had brought their cavalry and infantrymen with her to draw attention from the Saxons' backs while their flanking maneuver would cripple them. It wasn't something she was proud of by striking in the back of her enemy, rather she preferred a head-on confrontation. However, she agreed that they would need a way to win this battle to showcase that they could unite Britain and prove her kingship. The Saxons sent out their skirmishers to draw first blood, however that suddenly came to a halt as they were suddenly pulled back, but also, they were stuck wondering what to even do. Naruto's doing no doubt. He said that he would cripple their leadership, and this was the result. Conflicting orders, unknown positions and confusing soldiers trying to make sense of what was supposed to happen. Arturia raised her sword to lead the cavalry charge with Hector and Gawain in their wedge formations, while Kay gave the order for the infantry to begin collapsing in with the U formation and prevent escape. As the second wave of cavalry drew closer and closer to the Saxons, Arturia raised Caliburn and slashed at the enemy from one side to the other as she took the lives of Saxons left and right. Hector and Gawain each did the same, while the knights came behind as to ensure that the enemy couldn't take their horses down. Arturia was as much a holy dragon as dwelled in her blood, her golden sword splintering the ash shaft of many Saxon spears and cutting down enemies of all ages. While her mounted combat was not at the same level of Hector, when it was enhanced by her core it made it so that she was damn near unkillable against these enemies. Gawain too was proving why he was known as the Knight of the Sun, having jumped down from his horse Gringale and making literal mincemeat of any Saxon that crossed his path. His longsword sang a song of sanguine death as it took the heads and spines of 5 Geogoth in a single swing. He did not pursue those that ran from him, but did throw the odd insult their way for dishonorable conduct, inspiring his allies while demoralizing his enemies all at once. Bedivere had by this time worked his way back around to reinforce Kay, with the both of them fighting back to back against the enemy who were steadily growing more desperate. The maneuver had reduced their numbers from 2,000 to just under 1,300 in less than half an hour, and now that they had been split into two groups, the greater skill and quality of Arturia's troops was shining through like the light of God. One berserker armed with 2 axes made a beeline for Bedivere, his form bloody and eyes half mad with pain. Bedivere was caught unawares but was pulled to safety by Kay, who threw a knife into the eye of the Saxon and sent him crumpling to the mud below. Out of the corner of her eye, Arturia saw Naruto on the battlefield with those strange knives he used. She as well as the others in her army were like heavy moving objects that could stomp their way through the enemy. But that didn't mean she would use her speed to run across the battlefield and appear like a rabbit at times when she went for their necks, the most unprotected part of the enemy's body. Naruto on the other hand moved artistically like a dancer, moving from one position to another with skill and elegance. He was light as a feather, with no equal. Yet at the same time he was a movable juggernaut like great Ajax of the Trojan War. One Gaudrate had run at the blonde dead apostle armed with a Roman spatha and swung at the blonde's neck with all his might. The Gaudrate in question was a hulking 6 feet 7 with muscles that could have crushed a man's skull with enough pressure. Decked out in mail and a helm, he was determined to take down the red-eyed menace. With all this going for him, he had swung his sword at Naruto's neck, only for the spatha to literally shatter on contact, shards of steel flying in all directions and leaving no discernible mark on Naruto's neck. The Saxon had looked down at his weapon in a mixture of horror and confusion before back to Naruto, whose red eyes were now locked on his. He tried to attack again only for his body to not respond, enraptured by Naruto's mystic eyes of enchantment. Naruto slit the man's throat with a kunai and turned back to his own slaughter. All the time Arturia watched. In a way she found him graceful in combat, but also brutal. The way he killed the Saxons was like that of a precise and merciless fighter. He drove his knives into the neck, skulls and hearts, sometimes even going straight through their bodies with a sickening sound that she couldn't describe per se. She directed her attention back to the Saxons as one tried to charge her with an axe. Jumping from Yamre, Arturia sidestepped the young Saxons, a Geogoth, and slashed at his back to end his life. You the leader, aren't you? Worthless cur, you and your spy will die for that. Our brothers are dead because of your shameless sneak attack. Arturia narrowed her eyes as she turned to see two Saxons with Dane axes and great clubs, armed with heavy leather and chainmail armor, and appeared older than the rest. The chieftains, and they looked none too pleased by their attack. She didn't fully agree with Naruto's idea, but she knew he was right. A tinge of anger swelled up at their threat to her and Naruto. I think not, Saxon savage, you and your people came to take what doesn't belong to you, and I've had it. She held Caliburn up in her stance, ready to take on the two chieftains. Judging from the way they appeared with their weapons and stances, they were the type to try and overwhelm with pure strength alone. No skill whatsoever in their fighting style. I am Arthur Pendragon, son of Uther and rightful ruler of Britain. And you Saxons have had your last raid. Prepare yourselves. The chieftain charged with their brutal implements raised high above their head to try and crush her to death, but Arturia maneuvered around to take a swipe as the chieftain on the right side. Lowering Caliburn, Arturia slashed at the man's ribs, forcing him to bend down to try and stop the profuse bleeding, while the other moved around his brother to try and swing overhead. But Arturia lowered herself to roll over and deliver an upward slash across his chest. The chieftain tried to move back to avoid the attack, however he was stopped by someone with a kick to his back. Caliburn drove into him deeply as the blood shot out from his body, and shock apparent on the chieftain's face as he dropped dead in the battlefield. 2. Arturia saw that it was Naruto that had come to her aid with a smile on his face. Come now, my king. Surely two chieftains would have been beaten by you quickly? She smirked as the challenge was apparent in his words. They wouldn't have lasted much longer, Naruto. You needn't concern yourself in which the time it takes for me to fell two opponents such as these. Arturia glanced to the remaining chieftain who still held on to life, still trying to stop the bleeding. He glanced to Arturia, who had focused all his attention on her, along with the dead apostle standing to her side. By now the fighting had begun to calm down, with many of the Saxons yielding for the lives to be spared. Pointing Caliburn at the chieftain's head, she spoke, "Do you yield the battle to me, Saxon?" The chieftain could only glare at Arturia with disdain as he breathed in heavily to stay conscious. His answer was in the form of him spitting at her feet before speaking, "Never." Narrowing her eyes, Arturia raised Caliburn high to carry out the execution. Very well then. With the sword raised above her head, she brought the blade down to the chieftain's neck, decapitating him, but before seeing the man close his eyes in acceptance of his fate. Naruto saw that there was now a certain weight on Arturia's shoulders and felt it best to try and help her. "My king, are you all right?" Her expression neutral before turning to Naruto. "I am all right, Naruto. You need not worry for me, I will be fine." Turning back to the battlefield, she saw that the fight was closing with their forces victorious and the Saxons surrendering. Now we must deal with those that have surrendered. As Arturia began to make her way over with the rest of their forces, Naruto gazed back to the corpse of the Saxon chieftain for a bit before following Arturia. First battles always were the worst. With their victory assured and the Saxon encampment taken, it was time to decide what to do with the prisoners. Arturia stood up with Caliburn out, with her hands placed on the pommel and the blade down. Naruto, Hector, Kay, Gawain and Bedivere stood up alongside her while her knights formed a line around the prisoners to prevent them escaping. Several archers kept their distance if by some chance a runner made his getaway, while the rest of her forces began gathering supplies and horses to use in their army. Taking the next step in the aftermath of the battle, Arturia spoke to the Saxons. "I am Arthur Pendragon, son of Uther and the rightful king of Britain. I came here today to stop your attacks on my people and put an end to the misery you cause. However," glancing to one of the older Dugath that was at the head of the prisoners, "I have been informed of the plight that was in your homeland. I know that the only reason some of you came here was due to flooding destroying your home country's farmland. You came here to try and find a better life and cannot blame you for trying to find such things in Britain, but I will not allow you to destroy and take what others have worked for." Naruto saw that Arturia was going to give them a choice, although with the paladins off to the side reading their blade and infantrymen beside them. He had a feeling that some wouldn't be given the choice. "You have the choice to leave and live your lives in peace. I will spare your lives this once, but if you decide to discard this chance that I am giving you, and rejoin your brethren in raiding Britain, you will be sentenced to death. If some of you are productive and seek employment, then I will allow some of you to become blacksmiths to the army should you choose to continue living in Britain. But it will be under my supervision and those that are in charge here." This was a showing of mercy by Arturia, to showcase that she could be fair, just and merciful as the king. "However, I have been informed of those who have committed atrocities to Britain. Murder, rape, the list goes on, and that is something that cannot be tolerated." Now she was going into the punishment part. "I hereby sentence you to death. It will be quick and painless, that I assure you." Several of the Saxons were wide-eyed at this proclamation, with Arturia's infantrymen making their way to the group and began to take the offenders by their arms, 2 men for every 1 offender. Naruto saw that the infantrymen were forcing the Saxon offenders to bend over as the paladins raised their swords to cut their heads off. He noticed that Arturia was not paying attention to what was about to occur, and saw that while she was okay with executions like this, just seeing or even doing the deed seemed to upset her. Instead, she gazed at the Dugat that approached her. Gawain seemed to tense up, though Naruto placed a hand to his side and shake his head to ensure he knew that the Saxon meant no harm. The sound of the swords coming down onto the necks, with many of the Saxons looking away in fear. The Dugat bowed his head to Arturia as he began to speak. "Thank you. I am unsure if any other leader would have allowed some of us to live. But please, take what you need as boons. Our finest steeds are yours." The man gestured for Arturia to follow him, although she turned back to her inner circle. "Sir Ector, Kay, Gawain, Bedivere, make sure everyone and everything is accounted for and oversee the release of our prisoners. Make sure those that wish to leave are set off with the appropriate supplies they need, and those that wish to stay are acclimated to their new positions." The knights understood the king's order and bowed their heads while crossing their right arms over their chests. "We understand, sire." The knights left to comply with their king's order, while Naruto was left more or less out of it. Though Arturia seemed to have something different in mind. "Naruto, walk with me." "Why yes, my king." Naruto wasn't sure just what it was she wanted him to do, so he just went along with her as she followed the Dugat to the horses that belonged to the Saxons. There were not many, for the Saxons mostly used them for transport. "Tell me," Arturia directing her question to the Dugat, "which of your stallions is the finest you have?" The Dugat turned to respond, "Our finest one fears no battle despite not having a cavalry. It seemed to always yearn for battle, yet we never allowed it." The Dugat stopped as he gestured to the majestic-looking steed before them. Its hide was gray-silver, with white hair, strong muscles and a healthy stature. The horse was the epitome of stallions as it seemed to rival even Yamre. Dun Stallion is his name. Arturia approached the horse to try and connect with it. The horse regarded her with interest, that is until he pulled back before allowing her to pet it on the nose. Arturia turned to Naruto as she gestured him to come closer. Naruto obliged of course, though he wasn't sure why. Naruto began petting Dun on the nose like Arturia. An idea came to Arturia's mind. She clasped his left hand with her right and spoke. "Naruto, Dun Stallion is yours." He was caught off guard by what she said. I'm sorry, but wouldn't he be better being someone else's?" Arturia shook her head at his reasoning. "No, you need a stallion like the rest of us." She began to reason with him. "You may be used to long walks, but one must have a stallion to ride across the country, especially when winter comes, and the snowfall begins to make traveling difficult." Despite what Naruto told her with how he often traveled long distances by foot alone, it did nothing to worry her with his health. Traveling by foot on the long distances no doubt built up sores on his feet, and she didn't want her new retainer, to be hindered by such things. Naruto was about to protest again, until Arturia gave him a mild glare, leaving no room for arguments. He nodded in acceptance. "Thank you, my king." "Think nothing of it, Naruto." A small smile was given to the ninja before she turned back to the Dugat. "We will have you set off with the necessary items for wherever you go. Your officers will be handed over for burial, while the rest will be burned." It sounded grim to be sure, however, it was not without purpose. Handing over the bodies of the Saxon officers was a sign of being just in the battle, while the burning of the rest of the Saxons were meant to ensure that the plague would not spring up and spread further across the land. They already had that problem, and unfortunately it wasn't an enemy that could be defeated so easily. Burning the bodies was the only real way to prevent it from spreading. The Dugat appeared grateful and understanding of their situation. "Thank you, King Arthur. With the Saxons set out or joining as smiths to the army, they had taken the boons offered by the survivors of the battle as thanks for sparing them. The casualties on their side of the battle were kept to a minimum with only a few lives lost, along with some limps, bruises and minor cuts. Thankfully no one had lost a limb, yet. They regrouped back at their camp and made plans to move to a Pendragon loyal settlement not far from their position, on the river Dubglas in the region of Linuas. It had a large homestead with a position that allowed easy defense along with multiple roads that could be used to travel to and from other settlements across the island. Not only that, with winter fast approaching, they could make it their temporary home and expand, with word now spreading of Arturia's kingship being true from pulling Caliburn as well as the battle to prove her ability to lead in battle. Right now, Naruto was making his way back to his tent to begin packing up the last bits he needed to saddle up on his new steed. However, as he was passing by the boons given to them, he saw Arturia standing in front of a cage with a small animal inside of it trying to get out, though he could tell that she was enraptured by it. Coming up behind her, he tapped her shoulder, earning a response, "Naruto. This animal is it." Naruto saw just what it was, and judging from the way Arturia's body language, she desperately wanted to know if it was true or not, as he sensed eagerness to just jump in joy like a kid in the holidays. "Yes, my king. It's a lion cub." The feline from a continent beneath Europa was trying to bite and scratch its way out of the cage, all the while Arturia looked like she was just gonna cuddle the thing to death. Must have got it from ghoulish traders down in southern Europa or Viking traders that have been to the Romans. Seeing an opportunity to get back at her for her little ambush previously, and eating his precious breakfast, Naruto of course could not allow such a chance to pass up. Naruto reached out to the cage and opened to grasp the lion cub as it began scratching his hands, and promptly handed it to Arturia, who looked like she was a dumbstruck kid. "Naruto, what is the meaning of this?" "Well, my king, it looked like you wanted to cuddle with the little guy," Naruto playfully said, "and since he wanted to get out, I thought you might like having him in your arms." Glancing down before directing his attention back to Arturia, who was still not catching on to what he was doing, not only that, the little guy doesn't seem to mind all that much. In fact, he seems to like you holding him. The sight before him was simply too cute, though he hoped it would get more entertaining than this. The lion cub was nuzzling up Arturia's arms as she glanced down to the animal she certainly liked. She remembered the day of her youth when she was sick and asked her brother Cade to make a wood carving of a lion for her that she cherished for much of that time. However, it was lost one day, and she was downtrodden by it. She always wanted to see a lion running across the plains, but now though, well, she couldn't help it, the cub was too damn cute. Next thing Arturia knew, the cub began to crawl up her shoulder from the arms that once cradled it, and now planted itself square on top of her head. Arturia furrowed her brows at this and decided to try and pull the cub from her head. Sad to say, it had little effect, as the cub had its paws in her hair, grasping on, with things becoming more difficult to get it off. Arturia looked to Naruto to help, only now he was whistling as he looked to the sky with some interest. She narrowed her eyes at the trader, who promptly turned his attention back to her as he did his best to not laugh at his cane. "Well, it looks like you really are more of a lion. A lion king, in fact," Naruto said with some humor. Inwardly though, Arturia did like the title. And maybe having some lion-themed armor sounded intriguing. Although now it seemed that karma was coming back to bit Naruto in the ass with what occurred next. Naruto felt a weight on his head just like earlier in the day and he just knew exactly what it was. "There's a rabbit dog sleeping on my head, isn't there?" Naruto narrowed his eyes at Arturia, who was stifling a laugh, just barely. She nodded in response as Naruto ever so slowly reached up with both hands to try and grab the little bastard. Although this wasn't an ordinary animal, since Merlin explained it was his familiar. Moreover, the fearsome primate murder no less, even if in a more manageable form. The furry animal that nestled on Naruto's hand quickly swatted away his encroaching hands without even waking up. "Why, you little..." His eye twitched. "It seems that Sod's Law 3 is merely handing you your comeuppance, Naruto." Arturia chuckled at the position Naruto was in now. Naruto would have said something, but he was stopped as he felt something land on his shoulder. Taking a glance at the object, Naruto saw that it was a snowflake. Arturia gazed up as far as she could without the lion cub falling off her head. Winter has finally arrived. She turned her vision back to Naruto. "We should move out as soon as possible now to avoid the snowfall that will prevent most travel." Naruto knew that trying to move in winter, primarily in the snow-filled lands, would be very difficult but not impossible. And their next destination was a place that would allow travel during this time, along with providing warm shelter for them to reside in. I understand, my king. The ninja headed back to his tent, but not before Arturia stopped him by the shoulder and spoke, by the way Naruto. I have a new assignment for you. Naruto arched a brow in curiosity. You do? Yes. What is it? You will now be my personal chef. What? Huh? It's as if stated. You will be my personal chef from now on. Apparently, his breakfast made an impact on her this morning, more than he originally thought. This in no way interferes with your training with Merlin. If he asks, then I will handle it. And it allows for us to talk with each other more so as a result. I still have many questions about your homeland. There was something that Naruto deduced about Arturia from those few lines alone. Arturia was a very greedy and selfish girl. Suddenly she was reminded of something Naruto said he would tell her. By the way, Naruto. You told me you would explain what code it is that you live by before the battle began. He knew he was forgetting something. My code. Yeah, my code is this. I never give up, never give in, never go back on my word, and I always keep my promises. That's my ninja way. My nindo. My code that I live by every day. A bit of realization came across Arturia as she gave a smile. I see. It was not what I expected, but I am glad that you live by such a code. It's honorable and admirable. She realized that when Naruto said that he would be her retainer, that he would stay by her side through all manner of situations, he meant every word. Drool slowly fell down their foreheads as the two narrowed their eyes at the sources. Both looked to one another in agreement. We need to get these things off our heads. Agreed. The sound of snow crunching under the feet of two individuals echoed through the forest, with a pair of horses behind them under the bright yet cloudy day that was steadily shifting into the afternoon. They approached the corpse of a knight leaning up against a tree with a blood trail that had coagulated on his lower left side. It looked like the knight had been trying to stop the bleeding with a cloth and rope to prevent his death. Another one of Serdik's knights, no doubt. Bedivere exclaimed upon seeing the coat of arms on the man's pauldron. Naruto bent down to lift the helmet off of the fallen knight's head to see that it was a young man, eyes glassy and unseeing. He shook his head at the sight, seeing the face of the young knight filled with regret and sadness. Bedivere. How old do you think this knight is? Bedivere bent down to try and estimate how old the young man was. Judging from his weathered facial features, the shaggy beard that was growing along with his hair growth, he appears as to perhaps be 23 or 24. Reaching out with hand to touch the fallen enemy, Naruto placed his index and middle finger on the eyelids to close them. Why do the young die, while the old linger on in their place? His companion knew that he was talking to himself, but Bedivere did see the point he was making. Some men simply don't see the good that can come from the truth. The knight rummaged through his sack before he marked the tree with a chalky rock that left a bright blue X on it. All the while he continued, this knight, as well as the others that we have fought, were ordered to march on us to dethrone the king, and place their lord in her stead. Bedivere placed the rock back into his sack. I could only hope that more would have surrendered before the end of the battles. Naruto stood up slowly and rubbed small flecks of snow from his boots, all the while he gazed at the fallen knight. Seeing that this young man did not want to die in such a way, nor for such a cause, they're probably telling this boy's family that he died with honor. They're wrong. Naruto turned away as Bedivere followed him back to their horses and finished his sentence. He just died. Mounting their horses, the two retainers of Arturia rode out of the forest back to the homestead they had made into their temporary home for the winter. Since Arturia's victory at the River Gline, word had spread quickly across the Isles of Britain of her accomplishment, and so 20 lords had declared her their king, sending their own men to bolster their ranks. When they arrived, they now had amassed an army just over 5,000 strong. However, it seemed that said victory did not inspire confidence into 11 of the lords. As it turns out, they were also at the Sword of Selection ceremony back on Ector's lands, and did not commit anything to Arturia's right as king, so they held back. Unlike those that were skeptical and then shown otherwise, they were among the nobles that wanted the throne for themselves or wanted to name their sons or even themselves as the rightful king. They arrived back at the homestead that had been outfitted extensively since arriving to set up camp along with what was already present for their positional advantage. The outlying lands were very hard to penetrate from the outside due to the forested area and hills forming a natural barrier for them. Once Merlin had taught Naruto how to create bounded fields, the ninja set a few small fields up at entry points that would flare up if an excess of 500 passed through them. This would give the Pendragon forces more than enough time to get ready, sortie and position themselves in superior flanking positions to defend the homestead. Walls were built along with a moat to prevent sieging the position and giving them some breathing room in terms of defense. The two passed by the dock where supplies were ferried up and down the river to homesteads, where vendors had set up shop to sell and trade goods. Business was thriving, judging from the amount of people that were bustling in the dirt roads, with food, wine, animals, tools and all manner of goods to be traded. Naruto recalled the first day when they arrived and the truth of the rebellious lords was revealed. I wonder if any of those idiots will try another assassination attempt? Bedivere shook his head, knowing that they wouldn't given their current state. I highly doubt it. The first try was an attempt to settle things quickly. Now that we know who they are, they've decided such things aren't worth the trouble anymore and now we have battles to deal with. The knight remembered all too well. Flashback, December, 467 AD. Not long after arriving at Homestead in Linuis within a week, they began to set everything up for the 3-month winter they would be in for. The snowfall had already started to pave the roads white while the air began to chill. Arturia and her inner circle were given a manor to reside in that was roomy and held rooms for everyone to sleep in, along with the privacy that Arturia needed to conceal the truth. With everything already being set up, Arturia and Naruto decided on a stroll through the homestead before night fell to see how the people fared, and to talk amongst themselves. So, did your homeland have dragons? Arturia asked while the lion cub climbed up to her shoulder to nestle up to her. Arturia decided to name him Periwinkle of all things. Why? Naruto had no clue. He just chalked it up to her feminine side showing up just a tad. Naruto shook his head, not really no. I mean dragons were something that were pretty much symbols in temples, but they were never real in the sense of living and breathing. Not like the ones that Merlin told me about. Naruto had made his shadow clones to keep their distance and to keep an eye on Arturia along with those around her to ensure her safety. Maybe it was just him being paranoid of the warning Morgan gave him, but he wasn't going to let a single incident slide, and knowing just how some politics were, there would be assassination attempts on her life. The market that they now began to stroll through was one such place where danger could hide behind every corner. But we did have talking animals. Yes, the animals that the ninja could form contracts with and summon to aid them in battle. Such as the toads of Mount Myoboku, the snakes of Ryuchi Cave, or the slugs of the Shikatsu woods. Arturia raised her brows in intrigue. Talking animals were not common at all in Britain. If anything, that sounds impossible. Nope, not at all. The ninja said as he shook his head, we had talking toads, snakes, slugs, dogs, turtles, and I'm pretty sure there were a lot more than just that. Some of them were larger than most buildings and like a small castle. Recalling back to the time when he spent on the Hidden Clouds Turtle Island and saw those animals, and then there was a giant turtle that was as large as a small island that moved through the seas, and it had animals from different parts of the world on it that stood as big as houses. It reminded Naruto of a story that Merlin had told him about the current seat of the Mages Association, Wandering Sea. Apparently an entire moving island that moved around northern seas of Europe to avoid outside investigation. Was such a thing placed atop a similar turtle or another miracle of magecraft? Merlin was a bit tight-lipped on the matter, giving Naruto the impression that Merlin was not particularly fond of them. Arturia saw that there was no lie in his words as she was fascinated by what he said. Amazing. I really wanted to see them again, but now. He hung his head down in a slight show of mourning. Well, it's a moot point now. Arturia could see that it was something in his eyes. A sense of longing that once was, only now lost to the ninja. There were times when he would be positive and filled with life, while at times when he told her about his homeland, she saw he was filled with regret but at what she didn't know. Only now she could see that he yearned for his homeland after their talks. Naruto, drawing his attention towards her, does it hurt to talk about your homeland? Naruto put his hands behind his head as he leaned back to stare into the sky while they continued walking through the marketplace. Honestly, it's all in the past. And getting back, well, it's just not possible. Even if I was somehow able to return, it has been nearly a century. Everyone I ever knew is likely gone. Arturia could see the frown growing on his mouth. For some reason she didn't like that when he frowned, although it quickly turned into a small smile as he directed his face to her. But, looking at what we're doing right now, I'm starting to see Britain as my new homeland now. I'll put some roots down here and watch what we've accomplished grow and endure. She could see that he was shifting the mood back to something more positive. Seeing that perhaps a change in the way their conversation was going, she decided to tell him more about Britain and its history. That is until they ran into a wine salesman that got their attention. A taste of the finest wine this side of Britain, young knight? The man looked just like any other vendor here in the market. But in Naruto's eyes, something was off with the man. The vendor took a cup from his table and poured it up from an open casket that he no doubt would have to give samples out to buyers. One taste, and you'll name your wife's son after me. He offered the cup to Arturia, likely assuming she was a simple knight going by her attire since she had yet to disperse the armor showing her knightly status. All the while Naruto kept his eye on the man to read the mood. He mentally gave a signal to one of his shadow clones to stick close should anything occur. Arturia smiled lightly at the vendor's choice of words. Good thing he didn't know. I don't have a son on the way, but I won't object to tasting your wine, good sir. Arturia was about to take the vendor on his offer, that is, until Naruto spoke up, wanting to see what kind of reaction he'd get from the salesman. My king, are you sure you want to spoil your dinner later tonight with wine already? Naruto kept an eye on the man to gauge his reaction and could see something change in the man's eyes that set him on edge. Arturia stopped before she placed a hand to her chin and thought, you have a good point, Naruto. Her retainer was now her personal chef, and if he said drinking wine would spoil things, well, she wasn't going to disagree one bit. King? King Arthur? The salesman asked in anticipation. Naruto decided to oblige the man. Yes. This is King Arthur Pendragon, the son of Uther and rightful heir to the throne of Britain. The salesman's eyes widened in shock. My king, I am afraid I have offended you greatly. He tossed the wine out of the cup like soured ale. That wine? Cheap swill unfit for a king such as yourself. Your name and victory against the Saxons has spread far and wide across the lands. Placing the cup on the table, he gestured for the two of them to wait. I have currently in my possession a cask of wine straight from Rome itself. Like nectar of the gods, unparalleled in taste and something that would suit you as the king of knights. The salesman went to the back of the table and picked up a barrel sealed tight filled what he said he had for Arturia, though Naruto became very suspicious of his actions. The cask was a completely different wood from the other one and obviously better made, but not in the sense of luxury. While the first cask had been made from a cheap-looking pine, this one was a cherry oak, each metal band screwed perfectly in place with bolts to prevent leaking. And that was odd for Naruto, because for this to be a matured wine the cask would have had to be aged. It wasn't, indeed it could not be more than a week old. Something was off. Surely by now people knew her appearance as the king, but this man obviously had no idea. Maybe he was pinning too much on the words to reach people's ears too early, or maybe something else entirely. Either way, Naruto decided to test this man as he came back with the barrel as he handed it to the retainer. I'm actually quite thirsty myself. Let's go ahead and open it up. The man gave Naruto a disapproving look while the ninja saw that he had a bead of sweat drip of the side of his forehead. This drink is not meant for the likes of you, only a king. Arturia narrowed her eyes slightly as she raised a brow at the man while Naruto pushed him further. If it is for the likes of a king, then surely the king's chef need test the produce. Naruto said, taking half a step forwards towards the vendor, his much higher height dominating the vendor's vision like some grim specter. Open it. The salesman looked back and forth between Naruto and Arturia to see that he was being pushed into a corner. I insist. The ninja had a sweet smile on his face that exclaimed anything but sweetness should he not listen. A brief contemplative expression rolled across the salesman as he obliged Naruto. Setting the cask down onto the table, the man hesitated before Naruto spoke again with a bit of force while keeping calm about the situation. Go ahead. Pour up a sample. The salesman turned back to Naruto to try and placate him from continuing on. It'd be a crime to drink fine wine such as this without allowing it to breathe. Arturia agreed with Naruto and pushed him on. Please do as my retainer says. Periwinkle was getting the same vibe from his owner and seemed ready to pounce on the man's face at a moment's notice. Nodding in acceptance of what was about to transpire, the salesman complied, as the king commands. The salesman poured forth the wine into the cup and handed it off to Naruto, who gently took it and gave it a sniff as the man spoke up. Sweet, is it not? You can still smell the grape and even a hint of strawberry laced into it to add flavor. The man gestured with a nod for Naruto to go through with it. Naruto brought the liquid closer to his mouth with both witnesses watching in anticipation. Indeed, quite sweet, but there is something else. For but a moment, it appeared as if Naruto was going to go through with the swig, that is until he sniffed it again and gave it back to the salesman. I think that with a wine such as this, a man who can obtain it should taste it first, if only to truly confirm what he says is true. A drink fit for a king, as you say. Arturia glanced back to Naruto to see that this man was not what he claimed to be. She placed a hand on Caliburn's hilt in the event this man did something to assault them. Granted, Naruto would act far quicker than she. It had become an instinct from her training. The salesman shifted uneasily as he tried to dissuade Naruto. My lord, it would be in poor taste for a wine seller to drink his own stock. He laughed slightly to try and worm his way out of this dire situation. My lord? Naruto exclaimed with false vigor, placing a hand upon his chest in mock shock. And to think that but a moment ago the drink was not meant for the likes of me. Take a good sniff, vendor from Rome. Tell me what is in that scent which shouldn't be. I insist, Naruto said. This time, his tone was not in a polite manner. This was an order. The salesman took the cup from Naruto and it shook in fear. Whether he knew the visible reaction was present or not was fruitless. He had been found out. Seeing no other option before him, he threw the cup at Naruto as he made a beeline through the marketplace before he found a searing pain shoot through his right leg. Oj! He tripped and fell to the ground before he found the very same man restrained him to the ground as he struggled in vain to break free. Naruto's shadow clone pulled the man's face close to his, crimson eyes staring balefully into erratic brown, bitter almonds. Is it common practice in Rome to lace wine with cyanide? Several knights with Gawain at the head came through the crowd that had moved back from the scene in fear of what was happening. Naruto, what's going on? This man just tried to assassinate the king. The shadow clone answered. By this time, the real Naruto and Arturia came up behind with Periwinkle still on her shoulder, leaping down to growl at the salesman. He speaks the truth. The man tried to poison me like a coward. Arturia knew that Gawain was still uneasy around Naruto, and while she commended her nephew's dedication, she wanted him to accept Naruto as part of their company. Gawain narrowed his eyes dangerously at the clone's captive. Who hired you to kill his majesty? Naruto brought the man up as he began to twist the kunai in his leg to force the answer out of him. This can be easy if you just tell us. The least you'll get is a quick death. Or I can persuade you to tell us, and your death will be painful. He readied his mystic eyes of enchantment if the second option was chosen. Bedivere as well as few other knights arrived behind Arturia and the original Naruto to see what the commotion was. The assassin could only shakily glance back and forth at those who questioned him, knowing already that his fate was sealed regardless. Regicide was a crime in all nations and empires punishable by death. Tell the truth and potentially die a quick death, or have the answer forced out of him and guaranteed death that may or may not be quick. He had only one choice truly. Lord Surdik. He hired me to kill Arthur. Naruto looked to Arturia for answers as to who this Lord Surdik was. He was one of the noblemen present at the Sword of Selection, but he along with several others didn't support me when my kingship was declared. Now Arturia could see that now she would be forced to put down more of her own countrymen thanks to this revelation. Clenching her fists in silent anger, she directed her attention back to the assassin. Who else is with Surdik? He cannot be alone in this endeavor to assassinate me. Lord Balin, Lord Urien and Lord Malignant, those are the only ones I know of. Naruto increased the pain from the kunai just a tad, sensing that there was obviously more to gain from this man. But there are 7 others who oppose King Arthur. That's all I know. I swear on my life. Naruto looked to Arturia on what she wanted done with the assassin, knowing that he obviously cooperated willingly even though he knew death was the end regardless. She opened her mouth to give her verdict. I hereby sentence you to death. Regicide is a crime that cannot be tolerated despite your cooperation. It will be quick and painless, I assure you. Now, February 468 AD. After that incident, everything coming into the homestead was thoroughly checked by their forces to prevent any more assassins from coming in to kill the king. Well, I can safely say that we have things locked down now. Naruto said as he clicked his tongue to have done. Stallion continue onwards to the stables with Bedivere following behind. Passing through the homestead back to the manor, they saw the troops were going about their business, along with those that had been put to work in the forges. Those that had called Linuis their home were in their daily routine with talking amongst the neighbors, fixing equipment, cleaning their houses, children playing in the snow. I wonder if I just started the snowman competition of Britain? Naruto said jokingly. Bedivere chuckled at the statement. You might have even given them the national snowball fight as well if I'm not mistaken. Oh yeah, that was another thing Naruto did with the kids of the homestead. Not long after the snowfall began with the blanket finally coming down upon the land, Naruto could tell that the kids didn't have much to do in the winter, so he decided to do something to lift their spirits up. Suffice to say, the mood of the homestead turned cheery when Naruto gave the kids something to do in the snow. True enough, dismounting their steeds as they were tied off to the post with those other horses in the stable to provide warmth and shelter for them. As they entered the manor, they saw the war council minus Merlin assembled for a reason Naruto knew very well, as did Arturia. Despite the cold winter that had rolled across Britain, they were able to stay warm with the building having multiple fireplaces with little chance of the manor burning down. Arturia turned around to see them hang their heavy cloaks on the hooks near the door and greeted them. Naruto, Bedivere. I hope the cold air didn't chill your spines too much today. Not at all, my king. Bedivere waved off the concern. We finished up in the eastern section of the region and marked up those whom were unable to be recovered by the enemy. They had been sent out to find the corpses of the fallen knights from the enemy, knowing that very likely they would abandon their comrades to retreat and save their own skins. Whether they would be buried or burned depended on the condition they were in. Arturia truly lamented that they could bury them, but unfortunately, they had neither the time nor the resources to do so. For the time being, they would mark the places there fell, collect their belongings, burn the bodies and send the items back to the families. Just because they were enemies did not mean that they did not deserve some modicum of respect. Naruto began his own address. The bounded fields are still good, so I'll still be able to detect if another wave comes our way. Bounded fields were another subject that Merlin had been teaching him in the last 3 months alongside memory partition and thought acceleration. With the way his shadow clones were able to gather info and flood back into his memory, these things merely sped the process up drastically to ingrain the knowledge into his mind along with increasing his proficiency with magecraft. Who said that Naruto was an idiot? While he may have been predisposed to a lean-by-doing approach, it did not mean that he couldn't study a subject. Although he was man enough to admit that his younger self lacked the patience to do such a thing. The king nodded, good. Turning back to the others, Arturia looked to Hector next. How many casualties have we endured overall? The first battle that they had participated in was something of a disappointment. No, that was wrong. Rather, the battle wasn't quite what she expected it to be with so few men they fought against. It was the second battle that they had trouble with the most. The enemy came in with 4,000 this time around as opposed to the meager 1,000, and that cost us. Hector began. We've suffered at around 900 casualties to be confirmed, all the while not speaking of those that have bedridden due to injuries and wounds. They did suffer a detrimental loss from these battles. As for the rebel soldiers that surrendered, they were divvied up into 2 separate groups, benign and criminals. Those that committed crimes were placed in prison, while those who weren't guilty of war crimes were stripped of their armor and weapons, with 2 months probation placed upon them. If they didn't commit any crimes on the king's lands within that time frame, then they would be allowed to enlist in Arturia's army. Those that had more agricultural or constructive skills would be placed with farmers, carpenters and blacksmiths. Hector brought up a letter in his right hand next. However, we received word from King Ban in Benwick that he's pledged his loyalty to you, as well as sending his son alongside many knights and supplies to our cause. 2,000 knights, cavalry and infantry regulars. This was good news for them. Along with that, the windfall that came to us from the north a few days ago with those under Vortigern's thumb have made up for our previous losses. Indeed, Arturia knew that those who lived under the tyrant king's land were trying to escape his law, but it was very difficult to do so. A little over 1,000 soldiers fled due to persecution and heard of the King of Knights' just kingship and mercy. And I have no doubt that the messenger. Arturia drolled slightly in disgust at the mere mention of the man. has taken my message back to him. Naruto knew just how Arturia could channel her inner darkness if she wanted from that display on that day. Flashback, several days ago. Not long after the refugee soldiers of the north arrived at the Linuis homestead, they were settled in along with handing over information they had to help them prepare for assaulting Vortigern's fortress. A few days later, a few horses came riding into the homestead under the banner of a messenger, thus they were allowed entry. The guards at the entrance stopped the messenger before allowing him and his small guard group of 4 into the homestead. You ride under a banner to deliver a message, but what is it? One of the guards asked. The next thing he knew, the messenger took a sack up from his saddle and took hold of a rope with something attached to it. Their eyes widened at the sight of what it was. Skulls and crowns of British nobility. But the one crown that caught their attention more so than any other was, "I bring a message for Arthur Pendragon." The messenger spoke with authority. What's going on here? Kay arrived to see what the deal was, seeing that the guard rotation was about to shift over. That is until he saw what the guards saw. What the bloody hell have you brought? Kay knew all too well whose crown it was. Kay decided to personally escort the messenger and his entourage to Arturia, whom was conversing with Naruto about something outside the manor of residence as she was petting her lion, Periwinkle. Bollocks, why that name of all names for a damned lion? Naruto turned around after hearing their clanking footsteps to see Kay's expression. Utter despisal of the escortees and seriousness. Already getting a bad vibe from the men behind Kay, Naruto narrowed his eyes as he gestured for Arturia's attention to turn around. Getting up, Arturia saw the same sight with Kay approaching. This man and his protective entourage are to deliver a message to you, my king. He came up to her side as he clasped a hand around her ear to whisper something to Arturia. At first, she displayed neutrality at the messenger. That is until her expression shifted into shock before she narrowed her eyes dangerously at the messenger. The other inner circle members arrived seeing the guests they received to see just what the commotion was about, as even a few civilians looked on from a distance. It seemed as if the air was becoming dangerously volatile just from this scene alone. Arturia stepped forward to the messenger and spoke. Before you speak, know this messenger. Everyone is held accountable for their words. Now, what message is that you carry from Vortigern? The messenger held his hands out to his side as if presenting a gift to her. Blood is thicker than water. Well, that certainly was an odd message to bring. Naruto had been around other civilizations and seen enough family feuds to see that Vortigern had heard of Arturia's successes and decided to throw down the gauntlet, yet the messenger was playing with his words. Seeing that it was better to get this out of the way and focus more on their next battle that would no doubt come from the rebels, Naruto spoke up. Let's not dance with words, messenger. Say what it is you have to say and end this game. The messenger looked at Naruto as if he were offended by the worst kind of insult. And just what gives you the right to speak here, peasant? Because this peasant is a retainer to the King of Knights. Naruto countered as he took a step forward to face the messenger. It seemed as if a standoff was about to occur with the civilians backing off while Hector, Kay, Gawain and Bedivere tensed up ready to draw their swords to defend their king as well as aid their fellow retainer. However, Arturia stepped forward and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder to ease the already potent tension. Let us walk to cool our tongues. Periwinkle, the adorable little cub, appeared to be ready to pounce and claw at the messenger should he try anything, but Naruto doubted that it would come to that. Many nations did not kill a messenger and his entourage as it would be a grave dishonor on those who were meant to receive it, and he doubted Arturia would do the same, unless she was pushed beyond the brink of her emotional threshold. But that would have to take something astronomical to trigger a reaction from her. Arturia gestured to her left side for the messenger to walk alongside her to translate what was her uncle wanted her to hear. The inner circle walked alongside the entourage with 4 additional knights flanking them, with Naruto and Periwinkle on Arturia's right. The messenger decided to elaborate. Arthur Pendragon, your uncle in the north, King Vortigern, does not wish to have your blood shed, as you are his nephew. But you must realize that there cannot be 2 kings to rule Britain. Arturia stayed silent as the messenger continued. His Majesty wishes only to avoid conflict with you, Arthur. You may continue as you are to put down the rebellious nobles who refuse to answer to you and expel the foreign invaders that ravage the land. But he also wishes for you to turn over the traitors that you've taken into your lands for the proper punishments to be taken. As for their path, They came to a large bonfire that had been burning for some time now to help heat the homestead in the town square. Arturia stopped to gaze at the fire before turning to the messenger who delivered his final bit. All His Majesty requires of you is to bend the knee and swear fealty to him. Well, it seemed that her uncle was giving her an ultimatum, the coward. Taking a deep breath, Arturia held back in her words, well, that's going to be a bit of a problem. The messenger looked at her wearily after the confidence in his voice implied that he would be pleased by Arturia's response. You see, I've received word that my uncle is actually helping the Saxons raid the lands, and even granting them the right up north to take what they want without resistance. In the past few weeks, Naruto managed to gain several spies for them to obtain news and rumors that floated across the lips of the populace. This meant such things could be of great usage for future engagements, recruitment, planning, etc. When he told her that her uncle was secretly supporting Saxon raids, on the outside, she appeared to be a calm storm, but the ninja could tell on the inside she was absolutely livid. The messenger had walked to Arturia's other side as he was now in front of the bonfire, and if you're implying that the supposed traitors have done something wrong, then I'm afraid I must respectfully disagree. There was no way in hell that she was going to hand over those who escaped persecution back to the one that would torture and kill without mercy or shame. Not just that, but for my uncle to say he does not wish for my blood, then I'm afraid that I must call out such a blatant lie. The messenger was not pleased by Arturia's response. Choose your next words carefully, Arthur. For they may be your last. Arturia looked at the messenger right in his eyes, staring him down before she shifted her gaze to those behind her. The civilians she swore to protect, the knights she swore to lead, her retainers that swore to aid her in her dream. Gazing upon the faces, she could see their pleas to resist the ultimatum given unto her, to fight against the tyranny that threatened them, to save them from the death sentence that would be sent upon them. The Reaper cares not for our final moments, nor empty words spoken to the wind. Arturia retorted hotly, her emerald eyes reflecting the light of the fire. It was honestly quite intimidating. It is only by the tenets of the chivalric code that I do not cleave you limb from limb for blatant disrespect. So hold thy tongue, ye knave. Peering down at her feet though, she wondered how to put her words without killing this man. She looked to Naruto for an answer, having come to rely on him and his knowledge, coupled with her own growing bond with him. Naruto saw Arturia asking him for a response, although on some level it seemed as if they knew where it would be headed, even with her chivalrous code within the end result. He nodded to her. Arturia pivoted to the messenger as she drew Caliburn from the sheath and pointed to tip at his throat, shocking the man at her actions. Madman. You're a madman. At this point the messenger's guards tried to draw their weapons in his defense, but soon found themselves at the mercy of the inner circle and their knights. Blood is thicker than water. My uncle is foolish with his words as he is with his loyalties. Arturia raised her voice to the messenger as she berated him and insulted Vortigern. No man from any nation threatens a messenger. It is dishonorable. Arturia ignored his words as she continued to list off the offenses. You bring the skulls and crowns of my father and his allies to my feet. You insult my retainer. You threaten our own people with tyranny and death. She slowly shook her head at how foolish this man was to think she would abide by these things. Oh, I have chosen my words carefully, traitor. Placing emphasis on the last word signifying that she did not acknowledge the same things that he did and condemning his fate already in the end of their campaign. Perhaps you should have done the same. Pressing the blade further to the man's throat, she stood tall with the air of a king that would take no for an answer for what she ordered him to do next. Now, messenger, you will carry my own to that tyrant who sits on a false throne. If Vortigern demands that I kneel before him, then he must come do it himself. But I doubt he can even get off his fat ass to do anything, while he slums around that which was never his. Take my message back to him, and do not look back. But leave the skulls, they will not be allowed to leave these lands. Her tone left no room for argument as they escorted the messenger who now appeared as if he had the fear of God put in him by a little girl, not that he knew of course. Now, suffice to say, the rest of that day was solemn as Arturia took what was left of her father's remains and gave him a burial along with those who knew him well. She didn't wish to be disturbed and Naruto understood why. Hector, whom had been a close friend and served under Uther, was the same, but he continued on with his duties as the general of their army. Naruto had to give the man credit for being a dutiful knight and retainer to Arturia, though the ninja also suspected that it was due to him still doing his paternal duty as the king's foster father. Once King Ban's men arrive, we'll have around 7,000 men or so. Nodding at the numbers, Arturia raised a point to them all. I don't want to move on Vortigern at least until we've amassed an army of 10,000 strong to take back the lands. Arturia knew that Vortigern's lands were difficult to traverse based on what the soldiers that fled from him informed them of. And taking his fortress would be a monumental undertaking to free the rest of her people. She turned her attention to Naruto for the next bit. I'm not sure if it's best to ask this given how we've yet to see any sign of his return from his walkabout, but has Merlin returned yet? Naruto breathed a sigh of exasperation. No, he has not, my king. Rubbing his temples at how ridiculous Merlin's antics were. I'm afraid he may return once you've forgotten his little, condition. And by condition he meant pervert. Their eyes twitched. Flashback. 1 week ago. So, Naruto managed to get out. Why Periwinkle? The lion cub that Naruto gave her after the Saxon defeat had grown a bit in the last few months. Now it was as large as a small dog, biting on a thick piece of rope like one. Arturia rubbed Periwinkle's back and forth, stroking the fur of the exotic cat with care. Looking up to her retainer, Arturia gave him a look that showed confusion. Yes, I thought that it would be a good name for him. Why do you and the others think so oddly of the subject? Naruto sighed. Even as a king and pretending to be a guy, she's still a girl at heart. What else were you expecting? Something like Maximus? Kinda, yeah. Shaking his head, Naruto decided to not get into it with Arturia, knowing that she could be pretty stubborn on certain things. You know what? Never mind about that. Dropping down to pet Periwinkle on the head, the ninja decided to bring up the subject of food. So, what do you want for dinner tonight? I made that seasoned pork and cheese mashed potatoes last night. If there was one thing Arturia would selfishly hoard from everyone, including her inner circle, it was Naruto's cooking. She thought that he had been blessed by the Lord Almighty himself with such skill in cooking food, regardless of how meager the ingredients were that he asked for preparation. Putting her free hand to her chin, Arturia thought about what it was that she wanted for the two of them have tonight. Since Arturia wasn't too keen on sharing her chef, the two ate together in her room under the pretense of discussing strategy and her being curious of his homeland. Getting to know her retainer as it were. Well, I was thinking of... Arturia stopped as she saw Naruto shivering in annoyance? Or was it fear? Naruto, is everything alright? Naruto always got this chill up his spine whenever a certain type of person was nearby. No, it wasn't really an enemy. Most of the time. Rather it was the type of person that Naruto found that he could barely stand whenever they went into a certain mode. My pervert senses are tingling. Naruto stood up to look for the source of said senses while Arturia could only look confused at his words and actions. Naruto, whom is this pervert? That caught Naruto off guard actually. Arturia being a woman, surely she must have known of his antics given their time together? Well, he knew that Kay was a womanizer, but he didn't do it openly along with being a gentleman, and his reputation as a knight would be sullied if he stepped into a brothel. But still, either way. Naruto stepped off to Arturia's side as he brought his hands to her ear to whisper into it. Arturia listened to his words, all the while her expression shifted from curiosity to confusion, and then she blushed heavily as she fought it down quickly before looking miffed. Narrowing her eyes, she decided that after Naruto's little description of what a pervert was to him, she didn't like them. Not one bit. Aiding the ninja in looking for the source of said pervert senses, Arturia did her best to look for an older man that she thought would best fit of what pervert would look like. Naruto suddenly heard a young woman giggling on the other side of the street. Turning his head, his eyes widened in realization. He was cursed. I'm fucking cursed. Old man Sarutobi, Kakashi-sensei, pervy sage, and now. Ha ha ha, you poor bastard. Kurama laughed so openly at Naruto's luck with teachers being perverts. Cursed, he said. Merlin was a goddamned pervy mage of all the things to be. Dropping his head down, Naruto quietly talked to himself, though Arturia was close enough to hear. Perverts, why? Why is it that I'm always taught by perverts? Well, that didn't sound too good in her mind. Patting Naruto on the shoulder, Arturia decided to put a stop to Merlin's perverted antics, seeing how this seemed to upset Naruto in a way. She walked over to Merlin, whom was chatting up the young lady all the while she prepped a good slap for the magus. As Merlin finished up saying something, he noticed that Arturia was walking towards him. "Ah, your majesty, what can I do for, ag?" "What was that for?" Arturia struck Merlin on his forehead with a hand chop while her expression remained neutral. Arturia turned to the young lady and slightly bowed her head. "My apologies. My court mage has some things that he must help me with right now." The woman shook her head. "Oh, I am so sorry, my king. I had no idea." Arturia waved her hand to dissipate any fear the woman may have had. "It's quite all right. I hope you have a good day." Seeing that fear disappear was good. "Thank you, my king." The woman left as Merlin rubbed his head, all the while he could only give a mild glare to Arturia. "Did I do something that I have yet to do?" By this time, Naruto had shaken from his self-pity and made his way to the others with a glare adorning his features. "Yeah, you're a pervy mage," the ninja said. Merlin visibly flinched a bit before he backed up into a wall with the two young ones glaring at him. "Well, I can't exactly help it. I mean, I am half incubus after all. It's in my nature to womanize young and beautiful women whenever I see them." An incubus was a demon that had UAL intercourse with women many times, and he hoped that saying what would ease the two of them up. It did not. If anything, their eyes narrowed even more so as a result, with Naruto speaking. "Sorry, pervy mage. But perverts get what's coming to them in the end." "Indeed," Arturia agreed. "As the king, I must punish my subordinates and retainers should they get out of line, and you were about to do just that, Merlin." She stepped closer as she unclipped Caliburn from her belt, but she did not unsheathe the blade. The magus got the gist that she was going to either A. Whack him on the head to render him unconscious to drag back to the manor for punishment, or B. Jab him right in his manhood to teach him a quick lesson. Which would hurt very, very, very much. Seeing that his apprentice wasn't going to help him out one teensy bit, Merlin saw only one way out of this. "You'll never take me alive, my king." Merlin snapped his fingers as he vanished in a puff of smoke, just like Naruto's shadow clones would as he vanished from sight. Damn it, where the hell could he what the? Naruto saw that a note had been left in Merlin's place. Arturia bent down to pick it up to read the contents. "Sorry that I pulled a fast one on you two, but I couldn't let you two spoil my day. So, I'll be going on a walkabout for a while, at least until you both cool your heads. Best of luck. Merlin. P.S. Naruto, be sure to adhere to your studies on what I've taught you so far and utilize it in and out of battle. Be sure to read that book I gave you going over the Age of Gods magecraft. P.S.S. Arturia. Caliburn has the ability to emit a concentrated beam of light in response to energy placed within it. Just channel your mana into the sword. Point the tip right where you want it to fire off, then let it loose. Do not put all of your mana into it or it will likely shatter the blade. P.S.S. Well, I don't really know what else to say, oh well." A chibi Merlin was drawn giving the peace sign to them with a toothy smile. Naruto could only shake the letter as he grit his teeth in comedic fashion. "That Sanuva bitch." So, his teacher left to go screw some women to get it out of his system until they forgot about it, which they never would, and left him behind in his magecraft studies. Damn it. Arturia arched a brow at the message bit meant for her. "What's a beam?" Now. Arturia pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration. The situation without Merlin was aggravating. Naruto needed to learn more magecraft, and she needed his wisdom at times. Sighing, Arturia looked to Naruto. "I see then. Well, I suppose for now you'll have to keep filling in for Merlin until he returns, Naruto." Naruto knew old pervs like Merlin would take their sweet-ass time to satisfy themselves, along with this whole ordeal probably being some sort of test by Merlin. The magus was odd like that with how he trained him, and if going by what Arturia had told him of her time under his tutelage, then things would be quite annoying. Turning back to Hector, Arturia spoke to the general. "When exactly did King Ban state his son and soldiers would arrive to reinforce us?" "The sooner the better. The rebel forces had been a taxing ordeal and she would prefer to push out the foreigners, barbarians, and bring down her uncle." Hector unrolled the letter as he scrolled down to the bit stating the date. King Ban said that his son should be arriving, today in fact. Rolling the letter back up, he looked to Arturia, who had a relieved look on her face. "They should be arriving at the mouth of the river that exits into the channel. It would be prudent for the king to meet our new allies upon landfall." The King of Knights gave a small smile in response. "Then it is as you say, I will need to ride out and meet them." She directed her attention to Naruto and Bedivere briefly before turning to Gawain, Naruto, Bedivere. The four of us will ride out to escort them to the homestead. She turned back to Hector and Kay. Hector, Kay. Stay behind to coordinate our troops in the event of another battle breaking out. I doubt they won't allow an opportunity to pass by if they're watching our lands. If that's the case, Naruto spoke up, then wouldn't it be wise to travel with a large contingent of soldiers with us? A king away from their secured location is all too easy a target, as well as those whom he is receiving. He made very good points. Seeing that they would need a large force to defend against any rebels that go any funny ideas, Arturia decided to follow through on Naruto's suggestion. She turned towards her nephew, Gawain. Assemble a force large enough for travel and defense but leave the rest of our forces here to defend the homestead. Everyone saluted and bowed to the king in acknowledgement at the king's orders. Periwinkle had been laying by the fireplace as it chewed on its precious rope toy made for it. Sensing that his owner was leaving the manor, he got up to nuzzle up against Arturia's leg, urging her to stay longer. Bending down to stroke the fur upon Periwinkle's head, Arturia spoke to the young lion. Sorry, Periwinkle, but as king, I have a duty. I'll be back soon though. The young lion seemed to understand her words as it made its way back over to the fireplace where it lay down, resting its head on a paw. As those leaving to receive King Ban's son and his men, Hector and Kay stayed inside to talk to one another over a certain matter. You've noticed that she seems to really be listening to our resident vampire lately, right father? Kay asked. Hector could see that as well. For the past 3 months, Naruto had been dining in private with Arturia, and while his fatherly instincts kicked in for protection, he knew that if the dead apostle tried anything, then Arturia was more than capable of handling herself along with Merlin around the corner to put a stop to anything Naruto tried. Good to know I'm not the only one. Although, I think if he was trying anything dastardly, chuckling mildly to himself, he would have done so not long after we began this campaign. Are you sure? Kay raised an inquisitive brow. Sure, he could see that Naruto was an okay guy, and his strategies helped them win in their previous battles along with being able to back them up in battle. But his brotherly nature over Arturia was still there a bit. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that Naruto's someone that we can come to depend on in battle. He's gotten us by with reducing our casualties against the Saxons and the rebels, but he's still a dead apostle. A vampire. The instinct to spread their influence over others was something that was in their nature. Hector did a gesture with his head to agree but also disagree. That is true, however, I don't think he means Arturia any harm at all. Seeing their interactions to bring a smile to her face, even a little one, was endearing. In fact, I'd say that the two are becoming closer to one another. Akin to close friends as opposed to a king and retainer. Kay did notice that as well. Even though he helped organize and lead troops into battle, along with overseeing the duties as one of the inner circle, Kay could see that whenever his little sister and Naruto were talking to one another, she was both awed and happy by their conversations together. I do see that actually, yeah. Though, Kay hesitated slightly for some reason that he wasn't quite sure of. Do you think that maybe they'll become closer eventually? Hector wasn't sure about that little bit. Perhaps, perhaps not. Only time will tell where they take things. Whenever she would perform her duties in public, or sometimes even in private as the king, Arturia kept up a stoic, emotionless visage up to mask her feelings from the people to try and maintain the composure to be an unbiased leader. But he also could see that she was in pain for doing that. Kay saw it as well, and honestly speaking, he hated it. Well, he brings out the happy side of her. And if it does somehow in some way go further along. He shook his head in frustration at the fate that had been placed on his little sister's shoulders. Damn it. I get it that she's the king, but that doesn't mean she can't find a way to have someone in her life, other than us. Hector did agree. Arturia needed to showcase the human component to empathize with her subjects, and so far, Naruto had been bringing that part of her out. I agree, but all we can do is let things go naturally with us not impeding their unique relationship. With everyone else outside the manor, Gawain headed off to round up soldiers while Naruto and Bedivere went to the main gates to wait on everyone. Oddly enough though, the two brothers in arms saw Arturia heading towards the blacksmith forge back the other way. Both looked to one another in confusion as to why she would do so. I wonder why the king is heading to the forges. Naruto wondered aloud. I'll go see. Bedivere agreed with the ninja, making his way past the busy people going about their daily duties, towards the king. Coming up to her side, Arturia turned to see her friend. "Bedivere, what are you doing? Should you not be with Naruto at the main gate waiting?" "My apologies, my king, but we thought you would be with us as well," Bedivere stated. He certainly was curious as to why she wasn't with them instead. Bedivere noticed that she was glancing off to the side briefly where Naruto was before looking back at himself. "It's something I've been having prepared for Naruto since our first battle," Arturia explained. "However, I intended for it to be a secret until we returned if it's almost ready for him." Seeing the weapons that the Saxons used against them, along with how their weapons simply shattered against Naruto's skin, Arturia knew well enough that their future engagements would no doubt involve mystic weapons that could actually pierce his skin. So, she decided to commit some token resources to a special gift she had been preparing for the ninja. Now, one could say that this was merely a king preparing something for their retainer as a repayment for their service, although Bedivere saw that perhaps this more along the lines of a token of friendship between Arturia and Naruto. "Ah, I see then. I take it that Naruto should not know of this little gift?" "Correct. Very well then, I suppose I'll have to lie to him that you were merely heading off to the privy room then." Bedivere turned about and made his way back to Naruto, all the while Arturia could only gain a small tick mark at her friend's excuse. Sighing at her retainer's excuse, seeing that it really was the only thing that could throw the perceptive ninja off, Arturia continued to the smithy where she saw several men working the forges in fashioning armor and weapons for their army. Most notably the Saxons conducting themselves diligently in their work. Approaching the head of the forge currently directing a few smiths, Arturia addressed him. "Excuse me, Herod. May I have a moment of your time?" The head of the forge named Herod turned away from his work to see the king standing before him. "Pardon me, your majesty. Sorry for not realizing you were sooner." Quickly composing himself, Herod had a feeling what the king had come for. "I take it you're here for the special request that you put in months ago after arriving?" Arturia nodded. "Indeed I am. It is for one of my retainers who does require it, even if he believes otherwise." When the king had come to his forge with a request on a special order, he was overjoyed and awed that he had been asked to forge such an order. Needless to say, it was very difficult with all of the materials and specifics that were placed in the order, but it would be his masterpiece. "It's almost finished, my king. It'll be ready for you within the day, about an hour past noon I should say." She had hoped that it would have been ready by now, but she was glad that it would be finished today either way. "I understand, you have my thanks." Arturia slightly bowed her head in thanks to the forge master, with him doing the same. She turned to head back to the main gates where Gawain and Bedivere had readied the troops while Naruto had done Stallion and Yamre's reins, waiting for her. Naruto handed her Yamre while he mounted Dun, all the while bringing up the question that was evident on his face. "So, Bedivere told me you went to the privy, correct my king?" Oh, she could tell where this was going. Well then, she wasn't going to budge even if he offered to cook her 1,000 meals. "Yes, the need to do so came upon me so suddenly as we left the manor. Why do you ask?" Arturia feigned ignorance that the men's privy was in the opposite direction of the forges. Naruto had a feeling that she was hiding something from him. He knew that the men's bathrooms were over near the barracks they had set up. For some reason Naruto had no idea why they would set things up like that along with some housing, so the question was why she headed off to the forge. He asked Bedivere, though his comrade had dodged it a little, going off his body language he was lying to cover for Arturia. Knowing just how stubborn she could be, Naruto opted against asking anything else and decided to go along with it. "Okay then, let's head out." Now Arturia seemed to sense that Naruto knew better than to buy that lie. She looked to Bedivere, who merely made a gesture with his hand stating that his lips were sealed of the matter. "Well, guess she'll have to come up with better excuses from now on." Elsewhere, a robust young man in his early 20s clad in well-made dark blue plate armor, taking the appearance of an updated and bulkier Roman segmentata of Frankish artistry for the chest with full-length greaves, sabatons and gauntlets, stood on the side of the ship, up against the railing, leading a fleet of 2,000 men to Britain up the large river Dubglas. What was not covered in armor was wrapped by a pitch-black undersuit and mail. Sharp French features were complemented by spiky purple hair, strands jutting backwards as if he had repeatedly endeavored to keep it swept back, and a smaller, frontal cowlick of hair partially hanging over his forehead. This did not distract from his violet eyes that were a textbook example of the Alexandria's genesis. When his father, King Ban of Benwick, had pledged his loyalty to this so-called King of Knights, the young man had scoffed at the idea of such a king. For one to pull the holy sword that the widely renowned Merlin had enchanted to lead Britain out of darkness against the foreign hordes pillaging it while a tyrant sat on his false throne to merely do nothing of the darkness that was consuming the land. At first, he was intrigued, but then he felt that such a knight was not really anything special. That is until he heard that his own people began comparing him and the King of Knights to one another. "Young lord, what is it that dwells on your mind?" one of the infantrymen to his right side asked the knight. The knight turned his head to answer, "Merely the one we will be joining soon." "You mean the heir of Uther Pendragon, Arthur?" The other infantryman that was younger to the knight's left asked. "I heard that he's been blessed by the Phys with a magus to fight with him in battle." The other infantryman shook his head. "Don't believe everything you hear, son. Phys are a myth, and as for a magus..." The man scoffed at that bit. "A magus would never join battle with soldiers and knights such as ourselves. They're snooty as well as uptight asses to the point where battle would be something they spit on the notion." The man directed his next question to the knight. "What do you think, my lord? Do not cast doubt so easily on the Phi, for I was raised by River Phi in my younger years. I will see if Arthur is truly a worthy combatant. They call him the King of Knights. I must judge the young man myself if these rumors are to be true about a knight such as he to be compared to me." Lancelot du Lac was the son of King Ban across the sea from Britain and was a man that held an old friendship with the previous king, Uther. Upon his death, he swore to help his heir in retaking the island of Britain back from their enemies and would promise the heir a token amount of men and resources to help in his campaign. At first, he didn't want to come, though he had no real choice given that his father ordered it, but with how the whispers reached his ears of how he and Arthur Pendragon were so alike in terms of being an honorable and chivalrous knight, he had to see the man for himself. Although that was merely in combat that he entered when fighting against singular opponents, his battle tactics were another thing entirely. They were not quite as such, primarily when Arthur had a magus in his company, the so-called shadow. Lancelot had no idea what to make of that if he was being honest with himself. Strategies and tactics that guaranteed victory against their enemies whilst reducing casualties to save the lives of his own men. Something that Lancelot did admit he admired. However, the battles were not conducted in the chivalric code that knights lived by. Rather, a cunning mind was at work, and the king clearly had one. Either way, they were coming up to the bay that went up into the river where they would no doubt be received soon by Arthur. That would be when he would give his own judgment to see if he was worthy of his titles and of the holy sword that only the true heir could pull from the stone. Lancelot got back up on his feet as he made his way up to the captain to begin the preparations. "Captain, take us up to the riverbank docks. We'll start unloading the men and supplies and make our way to Linus up the river." The captain nodded. "Yes, my lord." As Lancelot's ship began to dock with the riverbank, and the planks lowered to the ground, all of a sudden, an arrow sheared through the air and struck the young infantryman that Lancelot had only spoken to just moments ago. "Ambush!" Lancelot yelled aloud as he quickly took a bow and quiver of arrows from a nearby stand to begin firing down upon their attackers that were hiding in the tree line. However, he was forced to grab a shield to block the arrows coming their way. "Grab a shield, all of you. Take cover." Their enemy was now making their way to the ship as infantrymen stormed the riverbank. However, the captain signaled the few ships behind them to ready their archers to return fire, only to miss their marks haphazardly while managing to take care of some of the rushing enemies. An enemy managed to rush through to Lancelot's ship, who raised his sword to take the life of a knight who had been struck in the knee only to be forced to lay on his side to try and stop the bleeding and take cover. Lancelot saw what was about to happen as he drew his sword to block the attacker's blade, as he twisted his sword away to deliver an upward slash that nearly cleaved the man in two, with only his armor and an inch of flesh holding his human form, dropping dead on the deck as blood poured from the corpse. Lancelot turned to give the captain further orders to relay to the ships. "Captain, have our infantrymen get into the lifeboats and rowed ashore to start repelling the enemy." "Understood, my lord." As Lancelot was about to rally the soldiers, he still had aboard his ship. However, he heard the rumbling of a cavalry running into the fray. He turned to see the emblem of the House of Pendragon upon the knights that were riding into battle, and lo and behold, He saw the fabled king of knights with Caliburn raised high above his head, as he swung off to his side to behead one of the enemy. He could see that Arthur held the air of a king, but he needed to see more if he was a truly noble knight. "Work your way down to the rivermen. Give these traitors no quarter," Gawain shouted as he dismounted his horse as he cut down the rebels relentlessly that charged them. Arturia and Bedivere were in the thickest of the fighting, with Naruto and his shadow clones moving about the battlefield. Their armor had been flimsily made, along with several being amateurs that were no doubt freshly made soldiers sent to the battlefield to die, making them essentially cannon fodder to the more experienced and better skilled knight. Gawain had made it down to the makeshift dock as 6 of the rebels rushed forward to strike him down. The Knight of the Sun concentrated on the 2 that rushed forward with swords raised above to cleave him into ribbons. Raising his sword in a horizontal slash to block the incoming blades, Gawain took the brunt of the force as he swatted the attackers' weapons away from him to turn his own position to slice their throats, as another rebel charged forward to stab him. He pivoted around the weapon at the last moment to deliver a downward slash that severed one of the hands, leaving him completely disarmed. Gawain would have ended his screams of pain and shock, but alas, such a time of action was not on his side. Out of the corner of his eye, 2 lances attempted to spear him. Nice try. Gawain bent down to take a shield from a dead rebel that had fallen to one of their allies' arrows to cover himself from the spears thrown at him. They pierced the poorly made shield, but stopped before they could go any further into his armor. Taking hold of the handles nailed deeply into the shield, Gawain used his great upper body strength to wrench the shield in a clockwise motion, conversely causing the handles of each lance to slip from the grips of the enemies. As he quickly tossed away the shield and sprinted towards the 2 rebels who were in the process of drawing their swords, only to no longer have heads with a longsword decapitating them. Their heads bounced twice against the wooden decking of the dock, eventually rolling to a stop, their faces locked in a permanent gawp of shocked disbelief. Before he noticed, a rebel came screaming at him with a shield and spear. Gawain would have taken him down, but he saw Blurred Fist fly through the air before the rebel's head was literally punched off, and the culprit of such a deadly-looking attack? Naruto, of course. The dead apostle gave him a knowing look as he smirked at the knight. "That one almost had you, Gawain." The young knight could only roll his eyes, absent-mindedly wiping some viscera from his chest plate. "I had that one, you know." "Sure, you did." Naruto dropped the smirk as he directed his attention behind Gawain, who had foregone wearing his usual teal cape. Both of the blondes were approached by a purple-haired man with a sword at the ready as Naruto approached him alongside Gawain. "Name yourself, stranger," he called to the newcomer. "I'm Lancelot du Lac, son of King Ban." Introducing himself quickly, "Where's King Arthur of Britain? Our king is in the heat of battle alongside Sir Bedivere." Gawain spoke before doing his own quick introduction. "I am Sir Gawain, and next to me is... I'm Naruto, currently a student under Merlin and one of the king's retainers." The ninja introduced himself quickly, before his expression shifted to one of concentration before he turned to the now named Lancelot. "Hey, Lancelot. The king's got a plan on how to deal with the rebels." A few minutes ago, Arturia cleaved another rebel in half as they kept coming and going from the tree line, while Bedivere seemed to be having a bit of trouble as he was now facing 3 opponents as opposed to 1. He was forced onto the defense now with no chance to take an opening at the rebels as he was being backed into a corner. Arturia slashed at another oncoming rebel with Caliburn in hand, and quickly sidestepped the falling corpse. "Hang on, Bedivere." Arturia leveled Caliburn to where she impaled one of the rebels about to strike at Bedivere's right side, as it drew the other 2 combatants' attention towards her, giving Bedivere the opening he needed to knock one of the rebels onto his back as he swiped away at the ground where the rebel's neck was at. Arturia took Caliburn out from the corpse of the previous rebel as she parried a sword strike from the other rebel that tried to cut her down. She twisted around as she forced the sword to head off the opposite direction while she slashed at the rebel's left side, followed by splitting his skull in half. Bedivere turned to his king, noting the current state of the battle. "My king. This battle is dragging out, and we can't afford to waste any more time here, while you are away from the defense of the homestead." The rebels were using hit-and-run tactics like Saxons would have used when outmatched or outnumbered. She could understand his reasoning. Bedivere had come to be more akin to a personal guard than a regular knight, and he worked better with multiple warriors beside him that he knew well enough. You need not worry for my safety, Bedivere. Rather it is our allies that we must concern ourselves with. She saw that the incoming ships were beginning to draw closer and dock, noticing Naruto and Gawaine's mops of blonde hair in the distance. Next thing she knew, another Naruto appeared beside her as he threw some shuriken into a few rebels as he spoke up, "My king. The boss and Gawain linked up with the leader of our allies and awaiting your orders on how to finish this battle." Arturia glanced back to the ships currently rolling in to begin providing support with knights and infantry, and towards the rebels down below battling her forces as the idea came to mind from their first battle. "We'll have our men form a phalanx to drive the rebels towards the water. Our allies will then rain down arrows upon the rebels to end things quickly." The shadow clone nodded as he began to relay her orders back to the original. "Now, he wants to do that?" Lancelot asked Naruto. Given their current situation, it probably would have been more preferable to unload his forces from the incoming ships and push them towards Arthur's forces. However, this was something that would end things with fewer casualties for them. "Yes," Naruto stated as he relayed Arturia's plan back to Lancelot. It seemed that she had been taking pointers from him in dealing with difficult and annoying situations like the one they were currently in. "Have your archers assemble on the decks to start showering the rebels, while we push them towards your positions with the water barring them from going any further." Mulling it over in his head, Lancelot saw that the king seemed to care for his men. Something he could admire. "I understand, I'll signal the captains to line up the archers." The young knight left to head back up to the deck while Naruto and Gawain were left back down on the bank to repel the stragglers that came down to try and board Lancelot's ship. The blonde duo, while not used to fighting alongside one another, were able to coordinate their attacks one after another as they saw Arturia and Bedivere rally the bulk of their forces to form the phalanx to begin the push. Naruto looked to Gawain as they nodded to one another. Naruto made his way back to Lancelot as added support for their new ally in attacking the rebels with his own unique brand of projectiles, along with being extra protection for him as well. Gawain began to rally the few men that followed him alongside the ninja down to pierce through the rebels to link up with their new allies. "Men, fall back to the bank and form up on defense. Don't let any rebel get past us." "Yes, sir." By this time, Lancelot had finished up relaying the ship's captains to get their archers on the decks with Naruto up next to him as the blonde pulled out some oddly shaped knives that had a tri-pronged tips. Time to start weeding out a few rebels. Lancelot watched as the blonde tossed the knives into the air where they landed in a straight line in front of the few Pendragon forces and his ships, which confused Lancelot. Why would he? He stopped momentarily before just barely saw it. A gray blur cut a swath right where the knives fell as the encroaching rebels fell in a shower of blood that erupted from their neck, all of which were now devoid of heads. The sudden action caught the rebels off guard as they tried to regroup and flee the battlefield. We have to retreat. Their magus is amongst their numbers. However, it seemed that King Arthur and Bedivere had rallied the bulk of their troops into a phalanx that began to push them back to the ships. The young knight couldn't help but be astonished by this action, as such speed was impossible for mortal men. That is until the one named Naruto turned to him with a small smile on his face. "Well, I think that'll start the end up now." Lancelot understood now. King Arthur had a dead apostle in his company. A retainer to the King of Knights was a vampire. Naruto was a magus under Merlin. Lancelot saw more and more of just how Arthur was a just knight like himself, yet he needed to know more, to see more of Arthur's words and actions. Seeing how the battle was shifting into their favor, Lancelot took the bow he held earlier as he began to line up his shot with the rest of the archers from his ship alongside as the others onboard the docking ships. While he was no archer, he could at least shoot straight archers. Draw. The Pendragon phalanx was pushing back the rebels, closer and closer. Loose. Lancelot and his archers fired upon the rebels, felling many with every arrow as the phalanx pushed them further into the river. With Gawain and the soldiers, he had to strike down any rebel that miraculously survived to get that far. The process continued until the last rebel fell to the Pendragon forces and allies were victorious in the end. Naruto came down from Lancelot's ship alongside said knight where the others awaited them. "Well, that went about as expected," Naruto said. "Though flying Raijin is still slower than usual, it must be because it is infringing on the territory of the second magic, what with spatial teleportation," he thought to himself. Lancelot was now able to see the king with his own eyes. A young man whose appearance shined with the air of a king, and the righteousness of a just knight. But appearances could always be misleading. Arturia turned to Naruto as she furrowed her brows in confusion. Yes, however, the number of rebels were not what I expected. A frontal assault like what I believed they would have done, would need greater forces. The others nodded in the king's reasoning, that this was not what they expected from an attack by the rebels. Naruto thought of a reason as to why, though from his experience in warfare, they're desperate. Gawain did see that Naruto was right to a point. You're right. The previous assaults on the homestead had them expend a significant amount of troops that they could rally in the winter season. And the ones that opposed the king were never ones to have large forces, merely enough to defend their lands, not make marches across Britain. Bedivere finished up. Naruto was about to say something, that is until he felt a sudden flash at the back of his mind and flinched. Arturia noticed this and spoke up. Naruto? Are you alright? The ninja nodded. I am. It's just that the exterior bounded field I set up at the edge of our territory was tripped. Naruto had set an additional bounded field at the furthest possible distance to give them an advanced warning before they crossed the interior fields. They're going to attack later on. Possibly in the middle of the night given their desperation. I think this is going to be their last assault. Arturia nodded. A nighttime siege would be difficult, but thanks to the advance warning they had the advantage of time to plan a repel. I see. Turning towards Lancelot, Arturia gave an order. Lancelot of Benwick, have your forces disembark from the ships as we need to retreat back to the homestead. Lancelot was at first going to rebuke the king, stating that he should have some input on where his men go. But then he looked at King Arthur, truly looked at him, saw that unwavering grace and willpower to protect his lands. Swallowing his pride, Lancelot complied with the king's order. Now that they had met, he was bound to uphold his father's pact to the Pendragon house. Understood, King Arthur. Arturia turned to the others. Let's help our allies unload and ride back together. Her retainers saluted as they bowed their heads slightly. Yes, my king. If there was one thing Lancelot could say about the king, was that he was greatly impressed by the loyalty he commanded alongside the planning he made to reduce their casualties. Once the rebels have been defeated tonight, tomorrow he will begin gathering up their belongings and make arrangements to have them sent to their families. And the just and noble actions he took towards his fallen enemies, perhaps this was a king he could serve faithfully. Having arrived back at the homestead after an hour and a half's ride, Arturia had Hector and Lancelot work with one another to begin merging their forces together, while Bedivere and Gawain took to the training grounds to instruct the newer recruits, while Kay went over their manifest of supplies and armaments. Arturia however dragged Naruto along with her to the forge. No doubt for whatever it was she went there previously in the day. So why exactly are we heading to the forge, my king? Arturia turned her head slightly to Naruto while she kept on towards their destination. After the first battle, I was worried about your safety in future conflicts. So, I decided to make a commission to the finest smith in Britain to forge you armor. So that's what she went to check up on. That's I mean, while that's really kind of you, you didn't have to go out of your way to have armor made for me. Naruto said as he blushed slightly, not used to receiving gifts like this. I mean the weapons that our enemies use won't be any good against me. Arturia nodded in agreement, however. And while I agree with you on that matter, there's no telling when our enemies will come across mystic codes that could harm you. She wagged a finger at him in a playful chastising manner. A warrior in battle without armor might as well be a naked fool in the field. It is best to be ready for an eventuality that may never come than to not. Naruto grumbled a bit before Arturia chuckled a bit at his childish response. Even though Naruto was well over a century old, he was still a young man at heart. They arrived at the forge where Herod stepped outside to greet the king and the magus apprentice. My king. The requisition you made has been completed and I was on my way to inform you. Arturia nodded. Thank you, Herod. I'm sure your work will be splendid. Turning towards Naruto, she gestured for him to step next to her as she placed a hand on his shoulder. This is the one whom the armor is meant for. Herod smiled as he gestured for Naruto to follow him inside the hut. Young man. This armor is by far among the greatest, if not the greatest work that this forge has crafted yet. Stepping inside, Herod showcased what was on a mannequin. Naruto saw that the armor was very familiar in a sense, though given who made the order, he shouldn't be surprised. Wow. Herod tapped him on the shoulder. I'll step outside to give you the chance to change into it. The forge head rejoined Arturia outside where he informed her of what Naruto was doing. After a few minutes, the door opened up as Naruto stepped outside into the snow where Arturia could almost see a mirror image of herself if she were born a man. She smiled at the sight. Naruto. You are a proper warrior now in that armor. He blushed in response. Arturia turned to Herod and thanked the man. I thank you, Herod. You do fine work at your forge. The forge master bowed his head before he left. Thank you, my king. It was an honor to forge armor for one of your retainers. The man went back to his duties as forge master with the rest of the workers, leaving Arturia and Naruto alone as she took in the full appearance of his new armor. It was somewhat correct to call it a deep blue trench coat given how it hung around his shins but also had a frontal flap similar to Arturia's combat garb. Full-length sleeves adorned each arm with a single large black strip at each forearm. Attached to the back of the coat was a black hood with small white lines. The chest was wrapped in a tightly fitting steel plate cuirass with spiraling black details set upon the clavicle. A pair of matching rounded shoulder guards adhered well to his shoulders by brown straps, intricately placed to hide them from view. Each of his legs was adorned in tight-fitting greaves and sabatons that matched how each of his hands bore a well-fettled gauntlet, the vambraces hiding beneath the sleeves. All in all, it was a good mix between mobility and defense with the hood complementing the wearer's mysterious nature. Naruto though could tell that it had been modeled on Arturia's battle dress, only for a masculine wearer with additional armor where Arturia had none. One thing that was apparent was that while Arturia's armor was a royal blue and polished steel, Naruto's was a bewitching steel blue and sky silver. I don't know what to say. Naruto mumbled to himself. Naruto was not used to being showered with gifts like this armor or dun stallion. Never once did anyone do so out of concern for his own well-being and safety. To be given such things, it made him a little warm on the inside. Arturia stepped forward as she clasped his forearms and looked straight into his eyes. Naruto, has anyone never truly given you something like this before? She could see that he was truly speechless at this gift. Even when she gifted Dun Stallion to him, he wasn't quite sure how to react to it. And now with the armor that was almost a copy of hers, he seemed emotionally affected by it. Was he mistreated in his homeland or have no one to care for him? Naruto scratched the back of his head as he recalled the first true gift he ever received in his life. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Congratulations, you graduate. Let's celebrate. I'll buy you some of Ichiraku's ramen. The memory of that day, his graduation from the academy. Well, I was given a gift when I graduated from the academy. The ninja explained a bit. It was from my old teacher, Iruka-sensei. He was the first person to actually acknowledge me. The headband he gave me, it showed that I'd become an adult, a ninja like I always strived to be like. But something to protect me or something that'd help me. I never. His lips quivered slightly before he felt Arturia's grip on his arms tighten up. She looked him straight in the eye before speaking to him. I'm sorry if I brought you any discomfort. Naruto quickly gripped her hands as he placed them away from himself. No, not at all. It was a good memory honestly. He couldn't deny that while the memory was something that warmed his heart, the pain that came with it in how he would never see Iruka or anyone else ever again. By now, they were all probably long dead and Sasuke's ideal of being the Hokage was in effect. Shaking his head of the pain, Naruto quickly changed his demeanor into one that was both happy and grateful, either way. Thank you, my king. Naruto glanced down briefly at the chest plate before he looked to Arturia's quickly before she noticed the direction of his gaze, though it seemed that she could have cared less if he did stare for a bit. No doubt her male mindset had the effect on her own modesty. Though he could be wrong. Arturia could tell that Naruto's smile was a false one, merely trying to ease her mind of his previous pain. She would ask him later just how old he was, however for now she would go along with his intentions. Think nothing of it, Naruto. Arturia smiled. You're my retainer and a subject of my kingdom and as such, your safety and happiness are my priority. Just as your duty as my retainer is yours. Turning back to the manor, she gestured for Naruto to follow her. Now come. We have a battle to plan out for tonight. Naruto nodded, though he felt something was missing from that sentence. And dinner of course. Yup. Right, my king. The duo returned to the manor where right outside the doorstep, Lancelot was waiting for them. Judging from his leaning against the building, he had been waiting at least 10 minutes for Arturia specifically, going by his gaze being directed towards her. Both blondes were curious as to why, to which Arturia spoke up on their behalf. Lancelot, I thought you and Sir Ector were merging our forces together for our campaign across Britain? Lancelot was no longer leaning as he approached the two of them. I'd like to ask you something, if I'm not overstepping my bounds, King Arthur. Whatever it was that he wanted to ask Arturia, must have been serious if he put it like that. The presence of the king washed over them as Arturia put her king face on as she nodded. Let's head inside. I intended to call a war meeting anyways, so we can discuss whatever it is that you'd like beforehand. I understand. Lancelot opened the manor doors for Arturia and Naruto to step through, all the while the knight gave Naruto an inquisitive look that showed curiosity more than disdain. As soon as Arturia stepped through, Periwinkle ran up to her as the lion cub rubbed her legs affectionately. She bent down to his level as she hugged the lion and stroked his fur along the back of the giant cat. Hello, Periwinkle. I'm back now, so you don't have to worry about me. The lion cub licked her face as she chuckled a little at the cub's actions. Lancelot looked to Naruto for an answer, though that was more from what she called the lion than actually having one in her possession, with the ninja only shrugging in response to his question. Arturia got back up as Periwinkle made his way back to the fireplace for its warmth. Pivoting back around to Lancelot, she addressed him, now that we're inside, what is it that you wish to ask of me, Lancelot? Stepping forward to look the king in the eye, Lancelot needed to know something greatly. King Arthur, what is it that you are striving to do in your campaign? There it was. What was it that she truly was doing in the end? She knew exactly what it was she had set out to do, and she would not hide from it. My intentions. My plan from the very beginning has been to unite Britain and form a utopia that will endure for centuries. Arturia could see that Lancelot was intrigued, but not quite convinced. A place where a man is entitled to the sweat of his own brow. Where a woman is able to care and comfort those that she loves. Where the children are able to smile freely and enjoy their innocence. Where there is no war, no famine, no plague. She began to smile a bit at the ideal world she wanted to build. A place where just laws protect the people and the rights of its citizens. Where just rulers govern and lead into a brighter future. This is my ideal, my conviction, my dream for Britain. Just like what Merlin told her about the ever-distant utopia. Avalon. Lancelot closed his eyes as he saw that the king's answer was not what he expected. He believed that the king of knights simply wanted to retake the throne that was wrongfully stolen from him. But now he saw that he held a dream that, while it seemed childish, it was a dream one worth following. One that even had a dead apostle in the service to a king that was just and kind. I see. Lancelot had a smile grace his features. Thank you for answering my question, King Arthur. Naruto could see that Arturia's charisma was infectious with Lancelot's change. She had that effect on people. Well, it looks like we'll all get along swimmingly. Naruto proclaimed, so, what's your story, Lancelot? Once again, Lancelot was surprised by the current company he was with. I beg your pardon? The king could see his clear confusion on the question. I believe that Naruto wishes to know you better since we will be fighting alongside one another in the coming days. Ah, I see then. Lancelot composed himself before he introduced himself. My mother died when I was very young. As such, my father had raised me on his own, but his duties as king in Britannia prevented from spending much time with me. Naruto could see a bit of emptiness within his eyes, similar to how he was when he had no parents. At least Lancelot had his father to raise him. Something he didn't really receive anything of the semblance until Iruka started cracking down on him. One day as I was hiking through the hills of land, I came across a Fae by the name of Nimue. She taught me the just and righteous ideals that knights upheld, and thus I decided to become what I am today. A knight. Now that actually caught them off guard, Naruto especially. He knew that Faes could be very tricky and cruel, although those that actually cared for mortals were an extremely rare sight, and almost unheard of. Either the Fae was an individual that took care in mortals, or Lancelot made an impression on her to govern such an action and change its outlook on humans. Both were probabilities that could only occur for Lancelot to speak of the Fae in such a way. As I rose to my rank, my father sent me alongside the men that came with me today to support you. Lancelot continued, when I heard about you, King Arthur, I was skeptical. I didn't think there was a knight that could be kind and fair. But when I saw you on the battlefield, when you told me of your ideals, I was proven just how wrong I was. He bowed his head slightly in apology. Please forgive me for my skepticism. Arturia quickly waved it off. There's no need to apologize, Lancelot. Your skepticism is warranted. The resulting rebellion was an example of that skepticism, albeit taken to the extreme. Changing the subject around, she turned to Naruto. Naruto, have one of your duplicates call for war meeting. We need to prepare for tonight's assault. Nodding at his king's request, Naruto created a shadow clone in front of Lancelot, who stepped back in surprise at the action before he eased up. I'm on it, boss. The Naru clone saluted to the original as he vanished, with the door swinging in and out quickly before it closed again. Naruto sighed before rubbing his forehead. I really need to get them to be better. Arturia turned to Lancelot, who looked both confused and astonished at the action. You'll get used to it, eventually. Night had fallen, as the townsfolk had gone to sleep, with the guard rotations now picking up to keep a watchful eye on the surrounding forests and lands along with the river. They all had been made aware that an invasion force was coming to siege the homestead, so were all making doubly sure to look out for them so sortying could be simplified as quickly and easily as possible. Naruto was riding Dun Stallion with a cart of flour in tow out to the field that had been soaked with the blood of battle previously. Now it would be the setting of the last battle against the rebels. Halting Dun, Naruto dismounted the horse as he undid the cart from his steed before patting his hands together. All right, that should be the last one. The horse nuzzled up to Naruto as the ninja pat Dun on the nose. This should put the odds in our favor. Naruto looked off to the forests as he double-checked the other preparations. He saw one of his shadow clones wave off to him at the top of a tree, ready to give the signals. The interior bounded fields were set off as he felt that the rebel army was enclosing on the homestead like those previously. Looks like they're arriving faster than expected. He turned to the shadow clone at the top of the tree and nodded off as Naruto mounted Dun once again as he made a beeline for the furthest flower cart at the edge of the field, ready to make it burst open. The shadow clone concentrated on gathering up the mana as he sent a blue surge into the sky, one that only Arturia could see. Standing atop the battlements, Arturia stepped forward as she saw the small mana flare meant for her. Naruto's idea to help put the numbers in their favor was both a clever smokescreen and a sneak attack. All that was needed was for Naruto's first part, and her second part with Caliburn. Recalling what Merlin wrote in his letter before he vanished when she tried to punish him for being a pervert, she slowly began to channel her mana core to the sword, all the while waiting patiently for the next signal. Hector and Kay stood off to her right while Lancelot on the left. Their archers lined up with their bows and quivers at the ready. Bedivere and Gawain both were outside with their contingent of men at the ready from Naruto's signal. King Arthur, Lancelot spoke up, garnering her attention. Are you certain this plan will work? It's all too strange. He heard that the king's strategies were just as he said, but this was far too unorthodox even for a knight. Arturia kept her eyes on the field as she continued the process of charging her sword, a golden light beginning to emanate from within the metal like dawn on a midsummer's day, pushing away the coldness of the winter's night. Have faith, Lancelot. The plan will work. A small smile spread across her face. Naruto's little ideas and strategies always seemed to pull through. It dropped as the rebel army came through the tree line at the opposite end of the field. Now it begins. Archers, Hector spoke aloud. Draw. Now it was up to Naruto. Any man dies with a clean sword and I'll have the dogs rape his fucking corpse. Came the bestial call of a helmet-clad rebel from atop his horse, drawing a rousing cheer from his rebellious men. What words of encouragement, Naruto thought to himself as his sweat dropped. It seems that the rebel leaders were now out of patience along with being desperate. He could make out in the night air that this was indeed Lord Surdik that was leading things. Patting Dun on the side, Naruto saw that now was the time to put the flower carts to good use. All right, buddy. Let's do this. Forming another shadow clone to ride behind him for his part, Naruto formed a wind blade from a kunai as he smashed it open to let the contents out as his shadow clone waved his hands to channel wind magecraft into the air as he spread the flower through the air. He continued on until the last one was broken up with the flower now palpating the field. What the bloody hell? Is this a joke? What a pitiful smokescreen. Naruto could hear their snickers across the field from his vampiric enhancements. Oh boy, are they in for a treat. The rebel army continued through the flower cloud without a care in the world as they began to charge up to the main gate. How little they truly knew. Arturia saw that the flower was in the air, ready for the next step. With Caliburn fully charged, she began to unleash its power. Please watch me. I will bring you victory. Sword of selection, grant me power. Cleave the wicked. Caliburn, pointing the tip of the sword out in front of her towards the cloud of flower. The beam of mana shot out in a bright light that signaled the beginning of the battle. Flour was such a mundane item in the face of magecraft. Indeed, while it was used for bread and other forms of food, it was at its core a substance that contained energy. If you put a fire to flour, it would burn. However, if you allowed flour to rest in the air, you increase its surface area exponentially, and with this growth, so too did the explosive potential of the flour shoot through the roof. The harmless smokescreen? It was now more explosive than any powder keg, and the troops marched in like they were gods amongst men. They would soon find out where they stood once they were laid low by flour. In the dark of the night, with only the torches from the battlements as well as those brought by the rebels, and the moonlight, a great fire took the place of the flower cloud as the rebels who were inside were consumed by the flames. It jumped between each molecule of flour like some triumphant god of valor, ravenous in its desire to consume the rebels in its fiery gullet. The screams of agony and pain rang through the night as Arturia drove them from her ears to keep focus on the battle itself. Necessary evil it may be, but death is still death. Arturia highly doubted that this would dissuade the rebels from backing down, given their desperation. And she was proven right. She could make out the shape of a siege machine emerging from the tree line beyond the flames. Hector raised his arm to signal for the archers to be ready. Draw. Lord Cerdic was angry. Very angry. The flower cloud that sprung up was simply a half-arsed measure to blind them. He laughed at the matter with Arthur using this pitiful move to buy time. Amused that the great King Arthur would enlist mills and bakers to defend his pathetic homestead. That is until the fiery explosion engulfed many of the troops. Now many of them were wanting to sound the retreat, but he wasn't going to have it. Son of a bitch. Turning towards his second in command, he gave his next set of orders: get the siege equipment out and ram that fucking gate down. The second in command looked to Cerdic with disbelief and would have voiced it, had Cerdic not grabbed him by the collar. What are you waiting for? Do as I say. Be but my lord. Goddamn if they have a magus, I want Arthur's head. Cerdic shoved him to the ground as he began to yell out loud now to all of the troops, I don't give a damn what Arthur has. We're taking that settlement and dragging that stupid boy down from his false throne. He twisted his head as he motioned for the siege equipment to begin heading into the field, directly towards the main gate. The previous assaults had made it clear that the moat surrounding the homestead made it impossible for them to scale the walls up to the battlements. Traversing the river was also impossible given the ice could break down if they tried to step on it. The front gate was their only option, and as such, they needed a battering ram. Form a perimeter around the battering ram and break that door down. Cerdic pointed his sword right where the bright light that ignited the fire. Right at King Arthur. The sword should have chosen me, you little shit, me. He could see that as the siege ram was moving across the field under protection. Hector had already ordered the archers to fire off their arrows, but they didn't seem to do much in terms of stopping the advance. Only slow it down briefly. Seeing that the rebels were pushing for another attack with the siege ram in the lead, the Naruto clone shot up another mana flare. This time colored green shot up. It was Gawain's turn now. Gawain saw Naruto's signal meant for his forces to begin the flanking charge to eliminate those that managed to escape the blazing inferno. It was almost as if a dragon had scorched the earth, although his aunt basically was with her dragon's blood, so it wasn't entirely impossible to say such a thing. Now though they decided to try and continue on with a frontal assault, and just as predicted they believed they could still win. Drawing his sword, Gawain let out a cry, company. Charge the enemy. For the King of Knights, King Arthur. He led the charge out from his side of the field with a direct line into the rebels behind the siege ram. Gawain took the head off several rebels before dismounting his steed to continue combating the enemy force. This feels too easy. It was a little too easy in fact. There weren't as many infantries as they expected to try and break down the main gates, with no knights or paladins to reinforce their assault. Their cavalry was mostly wiped away in the previous battles, leaving only the formerly mentioned troops left to combat them. Send the second wave of troops. Wipe their flanking charge out. Snapping his head to the source of the vice, Gawain saw that Lord Cerdic gave the order with the aforementioned soldiers running into battle to bring them down. He gave an annoyed sigh at this. Damn, they just won't make things easy. But then again, Naruto regrouped with Bedivere and his company on the opposite end. You were right. Bedivere began. They did have their better trained soldiers held back. Naruto believed that they'd likely hold back the higher tier soldiers while they send in just the infantry regulars as a means to make them overconfident. If they managed to break down the doors into the homestead, then the rebels would send in their knights and paladins to try and attack Arturia with the rest of the inner circle. And now, it's our turn to put the odds back in our favor, Naruto said. Bedivere could see that Naruto was trembling in excitement with the thrill of battle flowing through his body. Over the last few months, he learned that Naruto was from a group of warriors that enjoyed battle, but he himself was not fond of the taking of life. Despite being a supposed monster that thrived in the darkness, never once did he ever give off the feeling of being dark himself. The young knight felt that Naruto was more of a brother in arms with his dedication to their king, that it is. Raising his sword as Naruto put up his hood up, Bedivere let out a cry, "Company! Charge! Do not let the rebels assault our brothers in arms. In the name of King Arthur, charge!" The resounding company came down into the reinforcing rebels with a loud bang. Gawain's own company merged into Bedivere's as the rebels began to put up a fight. However, the Pendragon's superior numbers broke through as they took down the siege ram before it made its way to the door. Naruto's shadow clone took the reins of Dun while the original leapt off to join the battle. Taking a kunai as he applied wind mana to the knife and extended into a sword as he began to dive into the thick of the fight. Slitting throats, jabbing spines, nicking limbs, etc. Wind may have been the noble element, but that didn't stop Naruto from committing barbarism with it. A few of their archers from the rear attempted to fire at him, however Naruto simply grabbed a rebel and used him as a shield with his body knocked full of arrows. Tossing the meat shield away, he lifted his face towards the archers as he activated his mystic eyes of enchantment to immobilize them. Taking a few shuriken out from his pouch, Naruto threw them into their heads as the weapons embedded into their skulls. Seeing Cerdic was now in his sights, Naruto quickly rushed towards the now frightened rebellious lord and attempted to grab him by the throat. However, a lone knight attempted to stop, but it was for naught. Naruto simply backhanded the armored knight as he practically crushed the armor with blood spurting out from the mouth of his helm and crushed parts of armor. Naruto took Cerdic by the collar and held him up high with a kunai held to his throat. Yield the battle to King Arthur, now. His red-slitted eyes bore into the man's brown to put the man into a state of fear where he would agree to absolutely anything. With his hood up, Naruto looked like the very specter of death itself. I yield. Stand down, men. And with that, the battle came to an end quickly. The rounding up of the stragglers came to an end with Arturia confronting Lord Cerdic and sentencing him to prison until a proper tribunal could be held with the other rebellious lords and judgment to be given upon them for their actions to dethrone her. Now, they were about to retire for the evening, however there was something that was about to commence. The inner circle had returned to the manor to retire for the evening, but Lancelot stepped up to speak before anyone else started. King Arthur. May I speak with you? Arturia turned to Lancelot. Of course, Lancelot. What is it that you wish to say? Clearing his throat before speaking, Lancelot stood straight and tall to express his thoughts. King Arthur. I asked you what it was that you wished to do in your campaign. You said something that feels like a child's dream. But that does not mean it is wrong at all. He swallowed before continuing on, feeling nervous for what he was about to ask of the king. I honestly thought that such a person could not exist. That such a just, keen and caring king could exist. I thought you were a folly made up to inspire, but I was wrong. Tonight, when your men fought on your behalf with such loyalty and conviction to your ideals. And here it came. Please. Allow me to serve you through and through as a knight unto your service. Lancelot had bent a knee to bow his head in asking of such a thing. Naruto was caught off guard by this as he never really saw any of the other knights show such conviction early on. Though he was different in such a regard, or maybe he and Lancelot both were captivated by Arturia with Caliburn in hand. The others were in silence as they awaited Arturia's response, most likely deciding whether or not to allow Lancelot into the inner circle. She turned to Naruto, seeing his counsel as a comfort. He stared back and forth between herself and Lancelot as he gave a thumbs up her, no doubt seeing that he would be a great knight in their campaign. I would ask you to kneel, but it is fortunate that you are already doing so. Taking a step forward, Arturia unsheathed Caliburn as she held the sword in front of her with the tip pointed up to the ceiling. Lancelot du Lac. Wilt thou on this day pledge fealty to the Isles of Britain and act as one of her knights? Yes, your highness. Does thy wish to abandon thyself, and swear to be the shield and sword of our humble nation? Yes, your highness. And does thou vow to never waver in this duty, to act forevermore as a paragon of justice and righteousness? Yes, your highness. The tip of Caliburn touched his right shoulder, followed by his left, both ever so softly. Then I, Arthur Pendragon, son of Uther of the house of Pendragon, do hereby dub thee Sir Lancelot of Britain. Let this fact be known to all who gaze upon you. Arise, Sir Lancelot. Lancelot stood as a lone tear streamed down his face. I thank you, your majesty. I will endeavor to show you that you will not regret this. Suddenly, Lancelot felt an arm wrap around his neck, pulling him into a sort of oddly positioned hug, if one could call it that, though he had seen it in the taverns when men would relax and bond with one another after a day's hard work. Turns out it was the vampire. Naruto, congrats, man. Now you're part of our little inner circle, he said with a cheeky smile before continuing. Now though, I believe there's a secret that you have to keep regardless of the circumstances. Lancelot was not aware of this. A secret? Secrets could at times either do great harm, or great good. Yes? Arturia had sheathed Caliburn at this point. As a member of the inner circle, you must know something that can never be shared outside of this room. Undoing the bow that tied her hair up, she waved it around before staring at Lancelot, whose eyes were wide in shock. My true name is Arturia Pendragon, daughter of Uther Pendragon and heir to Britain. I am a woman. For once, Lancelot was speechless at the secret. This piece of information was extremely damning to their campaign, and her right to rule as well as carry out her ideals. But Lancelot was not one to back down from his oaths, and he had just been sworn in as a knight to Arturia. However, this revelation made him smile before he spoke up. I see. I am in the company of people who are truly unlike anything else in the world. A young girl who is the king of knights that leads many with ideals pure and thought, with loyalty stronger than steel. Then he turned to Naruto, and who has a being that is one of darkness, fighting on the side of the light. To have such charisma and conviction, I am honored to be of service to you, my king. Lancelot bowed his head once more to Arturia as she did her hair up once again. Welcome, Sir Lancelot, to our campaign to unite Britain. Arturia finished. Naruto however spoke up next. You know, now that we've been gaining more and more people to our cause, wouldn't it be a good idea to set up the future capital? Someplace where we can move across the island with ease, have advantages from the environment, etc. Naruto saw that with many people now pledging their loyalty, their swords, lances, lives, and all that jazz to her, the homestead would not be a good place to protect and defend themselves as well govern the country. He has a point, Arturia. Hector said, if we intend to grow more, we will need a new place to stay. I doubt this homestead will be able to take on consecutive sieges, as really the winter season is the only advantageous time of the year here, and we will be fighting across all seasons. Placing a hand under Shin, Arturia tried to wonder where exactly they could build. We can discuss that tomorrow morning when we all have more energy to debate such a thing. For now, though, I believe that perhaps settling on a name for it will be a start. Naruto was curious about this subject, especially after naming the lion Periwinkle. What do you want to name the city, my king? I believe I will name it Camelot. It's not quite Avalon, but close enough to maybe one day it can become as such. And thus, the name of Britain's greatest legend sprung forth on this night. Elsewhere, Fortress Vortigern on Mount Aind. Here sat the supposed throne of the true king, Vortigern, whom was truly a tyrant on the Isle of Britain. He had maneuvered to dethrone his brother in order to preserve the mystery, or rather what little of it remained for his country, even if it meant committing atrocities and making the people loathe him. Now he sat on his stone throne eating away at fruits brought to him, and now hearing the messenger's words. Light seemed to bend around the tyrant king, as if it could not fall upon one so vile as he that murdered his own brother in the name of his own perverted sense of salvation. So, my nephew has spat on my good graces. Vortigern was not happy with this response, and he wishes for me to march myself down and force him to bend the knee." The messenger was standing before his king. Instead of being confident and at ease with the presence of Vortigern, he was fearful. "Why, yes. Arthur will not yield to you, my king. Nor will he turn over the fleeing traitors in his company. Even now, after having dealt with several rebellious lords who neither sided with you or your brother, have fallen to his cunning in battle." Vortigern tapped his fingers rhythmically on the throne, although his fists soon balled up as rage boiled up within him. "I see." Quickly getting up from his throne, he took the goblet he was sipping wine from and threw it against the wall, splattering the red wine all over the wall and floor. He had long since ceased being able to taste anything aside from the coppery flavor of the white dragon's blood that forever lingered on his tongue. "I knew I should have killed the women that night as well." Stepping down from his throne, he began to pace around as the messenger could only look to the ground in shame for having brought his king this message. "I kill my younger brother because the right of kingship belonged to me from the very beginning. I captured and chained the white dragon down below us to gain its power to inspire fear into the populace. I slaughtered his wife to prevent an heir from being born. I allow the Saxons to take what they want so long as they stay out of my affairs and ensure mystery is kept in our homeland. But now," he sucked his teeth in anger, "now that bastard claims to be the rightful king. I should have sent an assassin or several spies into his company to slit his throat in the night." Vortigern would have continued on with his rant but was quickly silenced by the feminine voice that arose. "Now this is unsightly." All occupants in the throne room turned to the throne as they saw Morgan Le Fay appear from black mist, sitting ever so casually with a swagger befitting one who was meant to rule. A king who rages over something so small is terrible to see. Vortigern frowned at this woman. Knowing her reputation although unaware of her lineage and their family connection, "What is it that you want, Fi?" Morgan gave a sweet smile that promised anything but sweet. "Me? Oh, well, all I could say is that I merely wish to help a king that yearns to secure the mystery of our era to keep magic alive." Morgan vanished into the mist as she reappeared behind him. "I can help you maintain your grip over your lands, and even provide aid in taking that which is in Arthur's hands." Vortigern knew that such aid from a Fi came at a heavy price, and just what is it that you want in return, Fi? Morgan placed a finger on her lips as she pressed for her desire for giving aid to an idiot such as this one. "I want Arthur alive and unscathed. I have plans for him in fact." Raising a finger in front of Vortigern's face before raising a second one. "I also want the red-eyed magus that is in his inner circle." And a third finger rose up, and last but not least, "I want the white dragon you have underneath the fortress." Vortigern glared at her before she spoke quickly. "Oh come now, you had to have expected me to ask of such things, no?" The tyrant king could only glare at Morgan before asking his own question. "What is it that you have invested in my nephew and some magus in his company? And why do you want the white dragon?" Morgan merely made shrugging gesture sarcastically before responding. "Perhaps I just want a pet dragon? Perhaps I want some playthings for me to violate in mind, body and soul?" She wouldn't deny that she wanted to violate that vampire and make her sister watch every waking moment of it as she took all the pleasure from their coupled pain. "What do you care for material objects? You are but a hole in the world, no? What is that you have to offer?" Vortigern hesitantly asked, however he did not lose his composure lest he appear weak in front of his subjects. Morgan merely smiled in a sickly way that promised everything he wanted. But she knew even in the end he would most likely fail. She would get what she wanted in the end, like always. THSTA all for now. If you enjoy then please like, share and do comments.